Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation. Mud Flood was Armageddon. Mud Flood was Armageddon. Don't let them tell you anything else unless they're willing to debate you in a fair and honest way. No fisticuffs. Nothing. So I'm going to wait till I can get a little bit. Maybe somebody will come into the comments and say, I can hear you. Things like that, because I have some notes that are going to be, to me, everything seems spirit led today. After last night, and really, what a week here. I told Tommy it seemed like sweeps weeks because I tease him that I'm watching the Gartman reality show as it unfolds. And Kathy was on TV this week, so that's a pretty big deal, around here. And, the neighbor had like 4 concrete trucks today. So we had to go over and stick our nose in that business too and talk to them. So welcome. I see messages from Fractal Dust Bear and Sean. I'm so happy to see you guys. And going to get ready to share the screen, saying hello there to Laura. Just popped in and chimed in, and that's what I'm encouraging everybody to do. And if you see it later, just in your mind say, if I was there, I would have said hello. Hey, the pigeon pack is back, everybody. And Shucksville, a survivor of the flu, is also with us. He's hanging in there. He's back because honestly, Tommy was had another good day of and so we prayed for him. His back is doing good. He got his MRI and stuff, and he showed it to me. This new computer that I got has a place where we can put the CD-ROMs in it. So we looked at his MRI, and, I knew he was messed up, but oh my goodness, he's messed up. His spine and everything it's all messed up. He's wearing down. I think it was all that football. And, it's not the years, it's the miles. And that football back in the day just tore him up. So check this out. Before I get to I have 2 pages and only 1 haiku, but it seems really good. So check this out. Got my, oh no, there's a copyright claim. Well, I think I'm going to let this one go because as I checked it out, it was only a few minutes and it's only blocked in a very few countries. They're looks like the French territories aren't going to have anything to do with it. France. Well, France never liked me anyway, so I'm not even going to cut it out. I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to watch it.
Thanks to this diversity of spaces, Louisville will create a unique architectural experience. It will start as soon as you arrive at the castle, where in front of the north facade, the visitor will clearly see through 3 arcades the full...
Oh, so I stayed on this for quite a while. This is all France. That's probably why they didn't like it, because, why would they? I wonder if this place has potties in it. This is the one that was built near Fontainebleau and Versailles, which we know they don't have toilets inside. They have all the fountains and the waterworks you could ever imagine for something built so long ago. But if you have to go, you say you're a young child and you go, Mommy, I have to go number 1. I'm sorry, there's no bathrooms here. I don't like that audio. I'm not real happy with that. Let's check my other emails. Now, this was one I got the other night. Look at what Lynn is into, man. He's got this is what he's showing right here. And what I believe, and I teach this too, that a lot of times a vein and an artery running through a muscle like that would make it easy for humans who knew how to read the signs to clean it out and then just line it, brick line it as they go and go, hey, look, we got tunnels going everywhere. So I know that's what he's trying to show here. I don't know if he's trying to imply that this would be the Nephilim's head and that's his shoulder, but if I know Lynn, I wouldn't put him past that. He's trying to imply there's the rest of the body. So knowing, let's just pretend that this is somewhat left of it, the bridge of his nose or something. Where would the gold be? It'd be up here in the nerves of the brain. Some around in here where the ear possibly could be. I'm not saying I agree that that's the head. Could very well be the rest of the shoulder with it. Maybe he died with his arm over his head or settled. Remember, they got washed in the water for 150 days after the flood while the pulled drain plugs in the bathtub of flat earth tried to seek its new level with those at least 4 depths of the ocean, whatever you want to call them. Just checking my emails here. I didn't get any emails. Was hoping to hear from my big brother Randy, but I could have mentioned a channel here. I don't know what that means. It's my own channel.
These type of buildings during this time, and definitely not in Egypt. It's also interesting that this book depicts datura, which is one of the most powerful psychedelic plants that is said in many shamanic traditions to unlock the human potential and to contribute to altered states of consciousness. And maybe the society that was here at this time took use of this plant in many of their magical rituals and ceremonies. So just kind of weird that they're depicting it here. There's also many depictions of tropical type landscapes. And this is from...
We'll check this out later. It's new from Mind Unveiled. The out of Africa theory is believed by the majority of the modern population. This ideology belongs to the cosmology of materialism, the concept that all of matter and consciousness came to be through a Big Bang and evolution. This is taught in the schools as facts. Where did we come from? Monkeys and cavemen? Hunter-gatherers? Nein, but zum best I'll do so far. I just said, no, I don't speak German. That doesn't have anything to do with this identity crisis that's going on in this video. Mind Unveiled seems like a pretty good person, right? He listens to the autodidactic and Martin Liedtke, and I think he alluded to me, but he never mentioned me. Not that I care.
Now we're at the point that if you're an educator and you refuse to do the Wakanda salute, you'll be fired for being a racist. The only way we continue forward is by asking questions. There are many things that do not add up with our history. We have to start with this concept of out of Africa. First, we must understand that there's only two cosmologies. The materialistic cosmology of nothing, the main cosmology of the modern day education system where they teach evolution and that man came from monkeys. Then there's the cosmology that is of ancient ancestry, the cosmology of something, the cosmology of a hierarchy of spiritual planes. We know these concepts such as the astral, etheric, and mental planes of existence. This idea that we came out of Africa is a concept that is connected to Darwin and evolution. It's a direct child of the cosmology of materialism. This is because they teach that all humans and races came from the missing link, or the first human. They're basically teaching that humans evolved from monkeys out of Africa. This idea is a materialistic concept as it does not explain the origins of consciousness or spirit. It creates an identity crisis. The first level is a cosmological propaganda. The next level is racial propaganda. They don't want us to know our true history. If we knew how powerful we were in the past, the more difficult it is for the elite to control civilization.
I wonder why, if we knew because we know how powerful they were in the past. How is that helping us? How would that want to help us unless you want to use them as an example of like, wow, we shouldn't deal with people that don't agree with us, because how can two or three walk together unless they agree? All these people with their confused languages trying to get it back together so that they can redo that one world thing. No, thanks. Let's jump ahead a few minutes. Look at this map's upside down. I don't want to skip a minute. We're going to have to skip some because I got to show you the other tabs we're going to be studying tonight. Hey, I see Luther's in the house. I'm using my phone to monitor if I'm doing the actual screen sharing.
Due to this, you might think that this is complete BS. But keep an open mind as there are many clues that hint to a history that has been entirely rewritten. But one of the many things that we can do is to take a look at some older manuscripts. This here is a map from, 1450. And we've used this map on other Tartarian videos and stuff because there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here that doesn't seem to go with the official narrative. We've brought up that there's a lot of big towers and architecture in Asia, and Tartary is on here as well. But what's interesting about this map is, well, first of all, it's upside down. So that's a little...
I always love, I love seeing these maps that they're upside down and stuff. Our epistemology and empirical evidence, it always has those outliers that are, to me, intuitively, it just screams important.
Confusing, but there seems to be, or the majority of civilization is in the East, opposed to like here in Rome. There really isn't that much going on, or the buildings are much smaller. So what's going on with that? But the big point of this is, let's take a look at Africa. So if we move up to Africa, it's the same deal. We're seeing all these ginormous buildings, and it seems like here's Egypt, right? But the point is that where are all these castles? And
man, their map's upside down.
There are many maps, from 500, 600 years ago that are depicting Africa as being much more populated than we're told. So, yeah, and if you look over here, what are these big towers?
Jerusalem.
Castles. So, I want to give a shout out to Autodidactic and Martin Liedtke. They really kind of put the stepping stones to really understanding a lot of this stuff. So go check them out.
And, I have to say it again. They built on everything that Wise Up, Age of Disclosure, and myself were arguing with Philip Derizian about. That's where all of these came, and Autodidactic and Martin Leakey were late to the party.
Have a lot of these books and links, and they kind of give their own opinions, but what we have right here is an illustration of some what seem to be some Moorish figures that are dressed in some very interesting clothing. And see, here it goes, Africa. So this is in Africa. This is what the Africans looked like 500 years ago. And there were dragons. And this is not the only book that depicts dragons and other strange creatures in this area. This is really strange, not only for the costumes, but it seems that they're depicting massive cities.
This is fun, huh?
Massive cities in almost every single one of these. Here are some Moorish-looking people, and this medieval castle.
This show might, we might, go back and look at some of those videos and stuff, but I have too much stuff to talk about here. How you doing, Luther, my man? I saw you put out a couple of new songs. Wow, Luther, that's one of those things that I'd say, wow, you should follow up on that. That's going to be amazing. Oh my goodness. Could you imagine? And no, Luther the Truther is not a shill. We've been knowing each other for about 5 years or something like that. Crying out loud. If he's a shill, I'll bet the pigeon pack and raise you 2 pigeon podcasts. That didn't even sound funny in my head, but I don't care. Times of the Gentiles. I'm all about that this morning. What are the times of the Gentiles? See, because we're going to get back to this cool video. But basically, that's another thing. That subtitle in the parentheses was supposed to be spiritual martial arts, not spiritual martial law. But what would it be like if there was spiritual martial law? Based on our benevolent creator. I think it'd be okay. Oh man, that's going to be exciting. The guy never even knew about it, and he just stumbled on them a couple of weeks ago. Well, the Lord definitely is. That's providence. That's providence at work right there. So we'll get back to here, time of the Gentiles. You can see it's a Gentile is a word that usually means someone who's not a Jew and someone who couldn't be saved for the longest time. I don't know what the Mormons got to do with this, how they got in on the Gentile thing so quickly. You got to be kidding me. So we have that. We got this. When will the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled? We're definitely going to have to get on some of this. The only occurrence of the phrase time of the Gentiles is found in Luke 21:24, where we read, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all the nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times, plural, of the Gentiles be fulfilled. When are the times of the Gentiles? The note in the companion Bible on verse 21 of the phrase trodden down reads, the reference is into the Mohammedan possession of AD 636. Well, this has all been faked. So they're done. I just don't buy that. Now, of course, they're going to believe that the times of the Gentiles revert to the end times, refers to the end times, which they think is, they're still waiting on Jesus to come back. They're happy. Their actions speak louder than their words. They're happy with the Bible, where all of the apostles who wrote epistles lied to the people that Jesus was coming back for them. Go ahead and be martyrs. You're going to be rewarded for it, because Jesus is coming back for us in our generation. So tacitly, they're endorsing that, Jesus was either a liar or he was wrong. We're not going down that road ever again. And that's not up for debate. That debate has been settled with me. If you want to schedule a chance to talk about it more than just in sound bites or a couple of comments, we'll do it. But we're going forward knowing they added history. They've lied about everything. We're just learning now this Mohammedan thing. It's been so fake. Just a prop up to get fake Jews fighting fake Islam. It's been proven there's work been going on in Germany for 100 years proving it, but it just never gets translated into English. That shows that those are Christian symbols of an anti-Trinitarian Syriac Christian church. And most of that beautiful poetry in the Quran is 32% of it is hymns of Christian praise to the one God. It's amazing times we're living in right now. Amazing times. And what are the times of the Gentiles? You go to Got Questions, you're always going to get the same thing, but they show that there's, it is mentioned in more than one, the exact thing until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. Luke 21:24, but a similar phrase in Romans 11:25. Lest you be wise in your own sight, I do not want you to be unaware of this mystery, brothers. A partial hardening has come upon Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. And that doesn't mean the end. That just means the fullness of it. And a plural time. So it is something that we need to look at. The Old Testament does not contain this exact phrase, but there are references that seem to match up. Ezekiel chapter 30, verse 3 points to, open quote, a time of doom for the nations, close quote, in connection with the day of the Lord. Daniel's series of visions deals with Gentile world powers. And joy to the world, but they used to have powers. And the Hebrew race married into that line through Esther. And the Gentile world, at least through Nebuchadnezzar and Babylon, those honkies learned to serve the one true God through their interactions. That is what I'm attempting to prove tonight. And that the time of the Gentiles explains God-fearers, like the first one who God came to in a vision at the same time he was communicating with the Apostle Peter, that it was time to bring it to the Gentiles. Same thing, Holy Spirit speaking in tongues, because the veil was being lifted. And it said that honorable man, when they talked about him, they said, go to him, Peter. He builds synagogues for us. And it was those same wise men who came to seek Lord, said, is this the time? Is this the Messiah? Where is he? We've been studying your scriptures. We know it. And we've been waiting. And why did they have the court of the Gentiles? And why otherwise, why when Paul went to the synagogues, there were always Greeks there too. And he spoke to the God-fearers and those circumcised. This is the true razor. Now, Occam's razor is a good theory, but when Occam takes it and says, the first thing, simplest thing you need to do is get rid of God, well, no. You see, they use him because they're that 1% that are on board with him. And all they have to do is get it taught in school, and we went to the moon in July 1969. And they were thrilled about it. Well, they were thrilled in the press. The astronauts didn't look that thrilled about it. Welcome to a new poster into the comments, the familiar AM Pro AM official website of the AM Pro AM. So we've got all of this to look at. Nebuchadnezzar, times in the, of these Gentile rulers. They say it would be all the years between the Babylonian Empire of Nebuchadnezzar and the glorious return of Christ to establish his kingdom. Well, let's just go with that then. It says we are now living in the times of the Gentiles, that is, in the era of Gentile domination. Well, why are we taught that the Jews rejected Jesus? Because they wanted somebody to throw off Rome and put them back in charge, but it wasn't going to happen. So it wasn't that any of the circumstances surrounding Jesus's death and resurrection caused that Gentiles to be in charge now. They were in charge, since it was Nebuchadnezzar that said, no, I fear your God Most High, and God called him the Most High's servant, that he said, yeah, I got it. Go rebuild your temple and we'll wait too. Because although the veil was covering the eyes of the Hebrews, it wasn't covering the eyes of the Zoroastrians, the worshipers of the one true God, what they called Mahura Azda. So they paid for the temple to be dead. They paid to keep a king on the throne until they said, hey, it's that time. I'm telling you, nothing else makes sense. And when's the last time I've been wrong about something like this? That somebody can say, no, in the Bible here, I'll show you you're wrong. Not just somebody that says, wait, a bunch of PhDs disagree with you, you Bible college dropout. I did, I quit. I quit the Bible college. They didn't read the Bible right to me. I got some Bible verses. We'll get back to this if we get back to it. Otherwise, I got this. Jeremiah was contemporary with all this going on, in Babylon. So that's just got to be considered as part of your mental frame right now, in the context of So we're going to start in verse 4. Jeremiah 27, verse 4. Give them this charge for their masters. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel. This is what you shall say to your masters. Verse 5. It is I who by my great power and my outstretched arm have made the earth with the men and animals that are on the earth, and I give it to whomever it seems right to me. That sounds an awful lot like Exodus chapter 32 through 38, where he emphasizes, I will have compassion on whom I have compassion and mercy on whom I have mercy. Sounds a lot like that. I've made the earth, and who's going to put in power? I give it to whomever it seems right to me. 6. Now, I have given all of these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and I have given him also the beasts of the field to serve him. All the nations shall serve him, and his son and his grandson, until the time of his own land comes. Then many nations and great kings shall make him their slave. Verse 8, but if any nation or kingdom will not serve this Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and put its neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, God says, I will punish that nation with the sword, with famine, and with pestilence, declares the Lord, until I have consumed it by his hand, his servant Nebuchadnezzar. Verse 9, so do not listen to your prophets, your diviners, your dreamers, your fortune tellers, or your sorcerers, who are saying to you, you shall not serve the king of Babylon. For it is a lie that they are prophesying to you, with the result that you will be removed far from your land, and I will drive you out, and you will perish. Where's the upside? But still, we have the Black Hebrew Roots movement beating their chest saying, yay, we're the real Jews. And it's like, really, you want that? You want that? This is your fault, man. Well, not that we'd all be in our sins, but you exacerbated the situation so bad. It doesn't make any sense. You should, how about a little humility? Like, sorry, everybody, if we had only known. Verse 11, but any nation that will bring its neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, I will serve him. I will leave on its own land to work it and dwell there, declares the Lord. All right. So we're probably going to come back to this. There's a lot of tabs open, and I just feel like I should move on here. So I'm looking at this, my servant, that we were just reading, Jeremiah. A lot of servants going on in Isaiah. O Jacob, my servant. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, my servant. There it is again. The righteous one, my servant. Well, that's talking about our Lord and Savior. Said to me, you are my servant, O Israel. Jacob. David. Isaiah, my servant. David, my servant. Job, my servant. Hosea chapter 6, verse 6 reads, for I desire mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of God rather than burnt offerings. You know why? Because if we use our wisdom and don't sin and avail ourselves to his mercy and love, that's better because we didn't sin. And it doesn't have to involve the life of something living to cover it, the blood. Or if it, a heave offering of wheat, you can keep that at home and eat it. Unless you want to do your 10% tithe to the Lord. Some of these proof texts on this verse are pretty good too. Let's look at some of the cross references. Matthew 9:13, but go and learn what this means. I desire mercy, not sacrifice. For I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners. Yeah, and tell them, stop sinning. John the Baptist, repent, stop that sinning. Matthew 12:7, if only you had known the meaning of I desire mercy, not sacrifice, you would not have condemned the innocent. Mark 12:33, and to love him with all your heart and with all your understanding and with all your strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself, which is more important than all burnt offerings and sacrifices. From the Old Testament, we read in 1 Samuel 15:22 from the prophet Samuel himself. But Samuel declared, does the Lord delight in burnt offerings and sacrifice as much as in obedience to his voice? Behold, obedience is better than sacrifice, and attentiveness is better than the fat of rams. Now, attentiveness is what you give to a jealous God or a jealous woman, if that's your choice. Psalm 50, verse 8, I do not rebuke you for your sacrifices, and your burnt offerings are ever before me. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 11. What good to me is your multitude of sacrifices? Sounds like they're just practicing sins with a way to get out of it, says the Lord. I am full from the burnt offerings of rams and the fat of well-fed cattle. I take no delight in the blood of bulls and lambs and goats, for I desire mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings. Hosea chapter 6, verse 6. Now, the communist revolution of 1814, that's what drove the repopulation of Egypt after we read last night and studied. If you didn't, you go back and study it, of how God said, if you go back to Egypt, pow, we're going to destroy you. But the people didn't say, we submit to God's servant, the king of Babylon. They ran back to Egypt and they kidnapped Jeremiah and took Baruch, his scribe, with them. The dirty dogs. And look at them today. We're the real Jews. We're black reclaiming our roots. How about a little shame in that? Are we reading the same Bible? How about doing what the Bible wanted them to do back in the day, what Paul did, what James did, what the beloved Apostle John did? They were provoked to jealousy and turned to the Lord their God with all their heart, soul, and mind, and the Lord Jesus Christ, like Nicodemus, when his heart was changed and they were born again. They had no choice. As new sheep, not goats, whose hearts have been changed from stone to flesh, but to, as sheep, hear the shepherd's voice and follow him. And at some point, come up to somebody or their spirit in the Bible and say, why is it the things that I used to love, I now hate? And then they'll read, my heart's been changed. I've been called to God. I love the Lord Jesus Christ. I want to serve him the rest of my life. What I believe in my heart, I'll confess with my mouth. Hey, friend. Hey, wife. Hey, son, daughter, neighbor. Every one of you are commanded to repent and be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ, for there is no other name given under heaven whereby we must or may, or it is possible to be saved. Sadly, your first love may be quenched because the vast majority will hear that as the stench of death, and not, like you heard it, the breath of life. For many are called, but few are chosen. And the veils are lifted. We're going to be getting into the book of Daniel shortly, and I know you've been waiting patiently. So let's keep driving that way. How did we repopulate, or how did they get this country filled up with all of the honkies? They developed the Communist Manifesto, and they had a bunch of revolutions where they said, after the reset, hey, aren't we tired of the 1% and the landed gentry who get all the breaks and live in royalty while they don't even give us good potatoes to grow? These ones are blighted, but just because they were under contract, they forced the Irish to use bad potatoes that they knew wouldn't grow. It was an economic disaster. It wasn't because all of a sudden the blight appeared. It was bad seed. Give me a second here. Ugh. So they had these communist false flag revolutions that went rather well for a couple of years and then got quashed back down by the king's developing nations. And so they had to flee. They were broke. They spent all their money on a revolution and it didn't work. So they came to the United States. Were there a lot of Yeah, there were a lot. We'll look at this picture later, right? But the Communist Manifesto was completed in 1848. Early in Brussels, capital of Belgium, it was the first country on the continent to really plunge into the Industrial Revolution, and now it was a hotbed of revolutionary thought, working them up through elections and revolutions, and sack the rich, eat the poor, or whatever. These two guys worked it all out. Marx and Engels, you've heard of them. Always, Marx urgently insisted on the unity of theory and practice. Without God, move forward. All history is a history of class struggle. And so that's what they did. And it was good. It should have worked, they said, but it got quashed. And so they all came here. And a lot of them were, Catholics got swept up in that fever because they were mad. They was like, why do we got these bad potatoes? This is bullshit. And they were mad. So if government banned requests, it wasn't even that popular, but a few people liked it. Hungarians revolted in Budapest. Czechs rose up in Bohemia. And Italian states erupted with rebels wanting a nation. In the German lands, because there was no Germany yet. Oh, we're from Germany. No, you weren't. You're from a city state that got faked into buying into communism early because your parents, grandparents, or And believe this only goes back to 1848. That's your great-great-grandparents. My grandfather, and I'm not one of these people that, mommy got, pregnant at 16, and my sister got pregnant at 16, my mom, so I'm 32 years old with a great-grandma still living at home, Most people, it's like, I was born in 1958. My children were born in the 1980s and 1990s. My dad was born in 1936. His dad was born in 1889. So my great-great-grandfather was in on these things probably. That's how, don't listen to people go, my great-great-great-great-grandfather. They don't know what they're talking about. Revolutions everywhere, but it didn't last long. No, they got pounced on, man. Spain and the Habsburgs, they reestablished their kingdoms with the little help from a revival of the French Napoleon undertaking of Napoleon Bonaparte III, they said, claiming to be a nephew of the original Bonaparte. He seized power in 51 and said, that's it, get out, go do that 1849 gold rush thing. Just get out. So they did. They all moved to the United States. Honkyville, USA. Why did they fail? They were planned to fail. So they got it down to Wikipedia. It's probably the same thing. I probably just had something pulled up. Here's a better map. So all these just spontaneously erupted thanks to the Illuminati secret societies. You know that already, right? I'm just saying it for the people that didn't know it. I'm not trying to talk down or anything. That's just a lot of outbreaks for a very short period of time. Fire. Had one in Paris, but nowhere else in France. Just the big cities, I guess. Take over, lasted a couple of years, and they said, get out. Beat it. That was a pretty busy map. Now here we got Galician slaughter, depicting the massacre of Polish nobles by Polish peasants in 1846. Now, it actually just looks like they're bringing the heads of nobles to get money or silver and go like, where's my cut? Bribes galore, saving a few royals maybe. Very organized, double-headed eagle, a man in uniform paying for the heads of nobles. So now you've got that going for you. That's before the revolution. It's probably going like, man, we're winning. We got off of the nobles' heads. Here's another one. This guy says it's go this way. You go like, you sure that you don't want to go this way? No, this way. What's over there? Well, this guy, he wants to go that way. Revolution. This is probably symbolism for Marianne, or the goddess of liberty. She probably didn't climb up there herself. I'm just saying. That's how, so they did it everywhere. Very dramatic painting. I'm shocked. Those are revolutionary flags. I guess it doesn't matter if they have the black on the top or they run them. As long as you have yellow, red, and black, that's revolutionary. If you had some green in there, you could be going like Rastafarians. Another happened all over. So it happened a lot. That seems like, why don't you go round, man? That just doesn't look smart. Run. We are revolting and we'll be moving to the United States soon. So these were all communist people that decided it was time to rise up. Now, this is a picture, it says, from a Chartist meeting. That's the backers of King Charles, I believe, in Spain. And it doesn't seem that blurry. How'd they get that horse to stand still for so long? This town should be empty. Look at the Greeks wearing their little hat. It just didn't work out for them. So let's see. They had a list here. I think that's what I had it on, of all of the different people, of these communists that came over here. You know, like, and everybody that was Victor Hugo, these all people were in, they liked it. Marx, everybody, these names, they're all famous today. They all came over here and got jobs working at the papers, and they came over here and became lawyers. And, you know, those are the ones that planned the revolution. The people that backed them, they became farmers, steel workers, keeping the trains running on time. See, they even admit they had a puppet Habsburg government, that Maximilian of Mexico. He was from Europe. A younger brother of Franz Joseph. Maximilian was a younger brother of Franz Joseph of Australia. That was the person who his other nephew was Franz Ferdinand, and they say that's what started, now you know, World War I. Santa Ana. Oh, here's that list. So here's all some notable people who immigrated. It says German, but there was no Germany at that time. Just groups of what they call German language now. And look at architects. These are all people that, you know, oh, our revolution didn't work out, so we have to come over here. And all of the artists and everybody famous, a lot of them, you know, Hebrew-esque, you know, came over here. Generals, a lot of the people that learned to fight over there carried the fight over here. Don't worry, you had no fighting experience in the United States. We got it covered, man. Famous writers. They all are your famous writers. They're all the famous everybody, because they came over here and set up shop and used the same serfs that they had in the wars before. We are recent additions. That's why we needed to believe in all our hearts with manifest destiny. So that was just the notable German ones. There's also some notable Czechoslovakian ones from Hungary. What were they? Probably fighters. Jewish fighters. I bet there's a lot more. He's a utopian socialist philosopher. Come on over in 1848. Hi, Vladimir. Australian? He got some medals. So it was a big deal. This is not a nothing. Switzerland following all refugees. So Switzerland picked up these in the draft. Wagner. Ba, 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 ba. Remember that Flight of the Valkyrie? I guess the Nazis loved it. United Kingdom, they picked up some things. They got the draft in there. Oppenheim's brother. You can have this guy, Alex Schimmerfinian. He's okay fighter. This guy can write some poetry. Hey, what can Joanna do? She's a pedagogue and a revolutionary. And I bet she would give it up. Here's some wandering 48ers. Gee whiz.
Hosea 13. When Ephraim spoke, there was trembling. He was exalted in Israel, but he incurred guilt through Baal and died. And now they sin more and more, and make for themselves metal images, idols skillfully made of their silver, all of them the work of craftsmen. It is said of them, those who offer human sacrifice kiss calves.
Yikes. I just thought I'd share that. Daniel chapter 5. All right, we're not going to, there's no fast way to do this. Wonder why my green screen, gets those like holes in my head. So it's about to get real now. We're going to look at Daniel, hopefully in a new way. And it's important stuff. What was going on then? Let's look at it as how can I say it? The Bible, they always say the miracles is what puts people off. There's too many miracles. Well, for my money, there's a lot of books that don't have any miracles at all. Esther doesn't really have any miracles. Providence, things like that. But we're about to get into some really weird stuff. And there, Jesus came, there were miracles, then there was Elijah, Moses, Sam, there were a few, and it was signs and miraculous. But remember, that was over 5,000 years. But in the time of Daniel, with his dealing with Nebuchadnezzar, remember how much we studied Ezra, Nehemiah, the rebuilding, how it was, they couldn't have been done without even the Medes and the Persians going, why are you letting them rebuild? We don't understand. The laws of the Medes, the Persians, and the Babylonians, which must agree. And now Israel and the Babylonian king saying, yeah, and now Israel, because the time of the Gentiles was starting then with them after Nebuchadnezzar, what is word, was healed, brought to his senses by God after spending this time as a beast. He serves God. He starts a religion to serve God. The Hebrews' God. Darius backs him on it. Cyrus backs him on it. And the scripture backs him on it. And the God-fearers and the Greeks that believed floated the boat. And the Jews ran their temple best they could, turned it into a den of thieves, and always was jealous for more and wished they could get all the profits. But that's what the Bible teaches. And it's time to say, sorry, that's not what we were taught. But it's not. Now this is going to be a lot of reading, so I need to get a couple of more minutes here. So just give me a couple of more seconds and we'll come back right to it. Let's pick back up there, because I don't think you guys get to hear that Bible enough.
Therefore they shall be like the morning mist, or like the dew that goes early away, like the chaff that swirls from the threshing floor, or like smoke from a window. But I am the Lord your God for the land of Egypt. You know no God but me, and besides me there is no Savior. It was I who knew you in the wilderness, in the land of drought. But when they had grazed, they became full, they were filled, and their heart was lifted up, therefore they forgot me. So I am to them like a lion, like a leopard, I will lurk beside the way. I will fall upon them like a bear robbed of her cubs. I will tear open their breast, and there I will devour them like a lion, as a wild beast would rip them open. He destroys you, O Israel, for you are against me, against your helper. Where now is your king, to save you in all your cities? Where are all your rulers, those of whom you said, give me a king and princes? I gave you a king in my anger, and I took him away in my wrath. The iniquity of Ephraim is bound up, his sin is kept in store. The pangs of childbirth come for him, but he is an unwise son. For at the right time he does not present himself at the opening of the womb. Shall I ransom them from the power of Sheol? Shall I redeem them from death? O death, where are your plagues? O Sheol, where is your sting? Compassion is hidden from my eyes. Though he may flourish among his brothers, the east wind, the wind of the Lord shall come, rising from the wilderness, and his fountain shall dry up. His spring shall be parched. It shall strip his treasury of every precious thing. Samaria shall bear her guilt, because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their little ones shall be dashed in pieces, and their pregnant women ripped open.
Yikes. Man, I hate to end it on that. Do you hear that one part?
Land of Egypt, you know no God but me, and besides me there is...
I'm not going to be able to find it, but it was that one part. It says it's like the dad wasn't there when the womb was open. It's like, really, Dad? You're that busy? You can't be home when your wife is going to have a baby? No wonder they threw that in there, because to me, that's like, really, what? You're too busy for that? Come on, man. So we're going to be starting, like it looks like in Daniel chapter 5, we're going to be going over that vision, trying to look at, and we're not going to have time to get into too much of Zoroastrianism and looking at Ahura Mazda, but we may. We're not going to reel that out, but let's just see how fast we can get through these, because I might want to skim some, but I'd like to go through chapters 5 through 12. So Daniel chapter 5, Let's see. We'll start at verse 17. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, let your gifts be for yourself and give your rewards to another. Nevertheless, I will read the writing to the king and make known to him the interpretation. Yow. O king, the most high God gave Nebuchadnezzar, your father, kingship and greatness and glory and majesty. And because of the greatness that he gave him, all peoples, nations, and language trembled and feared before him. Whom he would, he killed, and whom he would, he kept alive, whom he would, he raised up, and whom he would, he humbled. But when his heart was lifted up and his spirit was hardened, so that he dwelt proudly, he was brought down from his kingly throne, and his glory was taken from him. He was driven from among the children of mankind, and his mind was made like that of a beast, and his dwelling was with the wild donkeys. He was fed grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dews of heaven, until he knew that the Most High God rules the kingdom of mankind and sets over it whom he will. Wow. Verse 22, and you, his son, Belshazzar. Now, don't be confused. It's not Daniel. That's Belshazzar. Belshazzar. This is Belshazzar. Belshazzar. He's got an extra Zazar in there. It's not Daniel. This is Nebuchadnezzar's son. And he's being accused and being told that he have not humbled your heart, though you knew all of this. But you have lifted up yourself against the Lord of heaven, and the vessels of his house have been brought in before you, and your lords, your wives, and your concubines have drunk wine from them. Things that Nebuchadnezzar hold sacred. After he became aware of God and founded this religion, served the Most High, Belshazzar did not. Sounds like Absalom or Adonijah. And you have praised the gods of silver and gold and bronze, iron, wood, and stone, which do not see or hear or know, but the God in whose hand is your breath and whose are all your ways you have not honored. Then from his presence the hand was sent, and this writing was inscribed, and this is the writing that was inscribed, Mene, Tekel, and Parson. This is the interpretation of the matter. Mene, God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end. Tekel, you have been weighed in the balance and found wanting. Pres, your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Then Belshazzar gave the command, and Daniel was clothed in purple as promised. A chain of gold was put around his neck, and proclamation was made about him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. That very night, Belshazzar, the Chaldean king, was killed, and Darius the Mede received the kingdom, being about 62 years old. And Darius the Mede, he's got to be considered one of the good guys. He helped. He backed him up. We're going to come back, read a little more later there. Daniel 4, verse 2. We can see that. I'll read that Bible verse to you in the Berean Study Bible. I am pleased to declare the signs and wonders that the Most High God has performed for me. So we'll get a look, because when we look at the Most High and the Most High God, there's something to that we see. Here is the Most High. Now, I'm not sure which ones I picked out. Ilaha. Well, that's a little further down. That's the God. What is the Most High? 9 times out of 10, and that's a strong root word. Servants of the Most High. Daniel-centric. Most High God. Still a Daniel-centric, 4:34. I blessed the Most High and praised him. And as you can see, it says it's the same word, but it's not. Because this word is not exactly this word, but it is that type of poetic repetition that they like. But I'm sure that if this word is this word, it's this word. All under that 59:43 there. And it is God, Eleha. And we see that 29 out of, did I pull up the whole word? 426? Just to make sure. It is God, Elah, God. The Most High God. The God who Darius, Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, all continued to support, even though Tobiah, Shambhala, and the others, the Medes and the Persians, said, no, we don't think it's a good idea. They did it. They kept it building. And he said, no, we need to keep it going there. They need their own little kingdom, and we'll support it. They knew what God they were talking about. They called him Mahura Azda. Ezra called it Eleha. Now, before me, in Daniel, we can see, it was brought before me that I can read. In Babylon, before me, in my presence. I thought it good. Somebody brings this, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I try to do, is bring it to people's attention at the right time. Now, Daniel 5:21, we had to look at that. They are feeding him like the ox, the grass, wild donkeys. And it was that same in 5:21, the Most High God that rules. This is not the same verse, but it's that same situation again, that he knew until he was wet, that he appoints and he chooses. Desired will, wished wishes. That's how the New American Standard translated. He puts whom he wishes in charge. And this is what Babylon was raised up for this reason, just like Pharaoh was raised up for another reason. At least Darius, Cyrus, Nebuchadnezzar, they feared the Most High God. They started a religion that said, this is the, and the wise Greeks, you honkies, joy to the world. We can be saved now. The Bible's not for Hebrews only. Hooray, hooray. Yay. That's good news, people. That's the gospel. And those people beating their chests saying, we're the real Jews, it's time to be provoked to jealousy. What's this? So this is the beasts that he got changed back into or acted like. It's Aramaic, so it can be trusted. I wouldn't want to see that. We've got the better word right here. I wish there was some more besides Daniel. They're all in Daniel, though. So it's a different kind of beast, I guess. Wonder what that Hebrew beast is. To live. Well, they're alive. All right. Hey, look at this. It's the 0.00001% that are getting richer. Heck, if you're one of those people out there making $100,000 a year, you're the freaking 1%. And it's not going to be enough. You're never going to make it. It's a downhill fight. You know, Chris Wheatley says it all. This reminds me of the old days of the news statements when all articles contained the words, get the rich or tax the fat cats. In fact, for tax purposes, the rich means the middle class. The super rich or the super rich can get away with it. Isn't it the truth? Isn't it the truth? So we have this Daniel, and we finished chapter 5. Let's just keep reading here a little bit more. It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 governors to be throughout the whole kingdom, and over them 3 high officials, of whom Daniel was one, to whom these satraps would give an account so that the king might suffer no loss. Then this Daniel became distinguished above all the other high officials and satraps because an excellent spirit was in him, and the king planned to set him over the whole kingdom. Then the high officials and the satraps conspired, I think, and they sought to find a ground for complaint against Daniel with regard to the kingdom, but they could find no ground for complaint or any fault because he was faithful and no error or fault was found in him. Then these men said, we shall not find any ground for complaint against this Daniel unless it is in connection with the law of his God. So they're going to bait the king into a trick. Legalese, I'm sure he didn't read the fine print because he was very upset when he found out it involved risking Daniel's life, and these people paid with their lives. That's a spoiler alert. But now you got your mind on, what's happening? Chapter 6, verse 6, then these high officials and satraps came by agreement after conspiring to the king and said to him, O King Darius, live forever. All the high officials of the kingdom, the prefects and the satraps, the counselors and the governors are agreed that the king should establish an ordinance and enforce an injunction. That sounds serious. That whoever makes a petition to any god or man for 30 days, except to you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions. Now, O king, establish the injunction and sign the document so that it cannot be charged according to the law of the Medes and the Persians, which cannot be revoked. Therefore, King Darius signed the document and the injunction. When Daniel knew that the document had been signed, he went to his house where he had windows in his upper chamber of his star fort house open towards Jerusalem. He got down on his knees 3 times a day and prayed and gave thanks before his God as he had done previously. Then these men came by agreement and found Daniel making petition and plea before his God. Then they came near and said before the king concerning the injunction, O king, did you not sign an injunction that anyone who makes petition to any god or man within 30 days except to you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions? The king answered and said, the thing stands fast according to the law of the Medes and the Persians, which cannot be revoked. The king even knows that. Then they answered and they said before the king, Daniel, who is one of the exiles from Judah, pays no attention to you, O king, or the injunction you have signed, but makes his petitions 3 times a day, knowing he had been tricked. Verse 14. Then the king, when he heard these words, was much distressed and set his mind to deliver Daniel, and he labored till the sun went down to rescue him. Then these men came by agreement to the king and said to the king, No, O king, it is a law of the Medes and Persians that no injunction or ordinance that the king establishes can be changed. Because they had rules too. Verse 16, then the king commanded, and Daniel was brought and cast into the den of lions. The king declared to Daniel, May your God whom you serve continually deliver you. Come on. That's heart-wrenching, especially considering what a hard ass this king is. You'll find out when you see how mad he is at the people who tried to set up Daniel with their little conspiracy. Verse 16, then the king commanded, and Daniel was brought and cast into the den of lions. The king declared to Daniel, May your God, whom you serve, continually deliver you. And a stone was brought and laid on the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet and with the signet of his lords, that nothing might be changed concerning Daniel. Then the king went to his palace and spent the night fasting. No diversions were brought to him, and sleep fled from him. Then at daybreak the king arose and went in haste to the den of lions. As he came near to the den where Daniel was, he cried out in a tone of anguish. The king declared to Daniel, O Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God whom you serve continually been able to deliver you from the lions? Then Daniel said to the king, O king, live forever. My God has sent his angel and shut the lion's mouth, and they have not harmed me, because I was found blameless before them and also before you. O king, I have done no harm. Then the king was exceedingly glad and commanded that Daniel be taken up out of the den. So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no kind of harm was found on him, because he had trusted in his God. And the king commanded, and those men who had maliciously accused Daniel were brought and cast into the den of lions, they and their children and their wives. And before they reached the bottom of the den, the lions overpowered them and broke all their bones in pieces. Then King Darius, not even Nebuchadnezzar, but one of the backers, the Gentiles who knew this God now, and for the rest of their lives, I believe, like you, like me, as God gave them grace and the will and the knowledge, served them to the best of their ability. Verse 25, then King Darius wrote to all the peoples, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth. Because he had a part in this Medes and Persian thing, their little triad running too. So he could write to them all, and he did. It continues, open quote, peace be multiplied to you. I make a decree that all my royal dominion people are to tremble and fear before the God of Daniel, for he is the living God, enduring forever. His kingdom shall never be destroyed, and his dominion shall be to the end. He delivers and rescues. He works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth. He who has saved Daniel from the power of the lions, close quote. So this Daniel prospered during the reign of Darius and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian. And we've read about them. I've gone over and over Ezra and Nehemiah with you of how, they searched the language for Darius, but, Cyrus the Persian found it in his library in Media. It was a Star Fort world, people. Exciting, as C-3PO said in Star Wars. I think so. Verse 1, Daniel chapter 7. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel saw a dream and visions in his head as he lay in his bed. Then he wrote down the dream and told the sum of the matter. Daniel declared, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea, and the four great beasts came up out of the sea, different from one another. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then I looked, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man. And the mind of a man was given to it. And behold, another beast, second one, like a bear, it was raised up on one side. It had 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth, and it was told to rise, devour much flesh. After this, I looked, and behold, another like a leopard with 4 wings of a bird on its back, and the beast had 4 heads, and dominion was given it. After this, I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, terrifying and dreadful and exceedingly strong. It had great iron teeth. It devoured and broke in pieces, and stamped what was left with its feet. It was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, from the 10, there came up among them another horn, a little horn, before which 3 of the first horns were plucked up by the roots, and behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking great things. As I looked, thrones were placed, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. His clothing was white with snow, and the hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was fiery flames. Its wheels were burning fire. A stream of fire issued and came out from before him. 1,000 served him, and 10,000 times 10 to thousands stood before him. A Google stood before him. The court sat in judgment, and the books were opened. I looked then because of the sound of the great words that the horn was speaking. And as I looked, the beast was killed, and its body destroyed and given over to be burned with fire. As for the rest of the beasts, their dominion was taken away, but their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. I saw in the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven, there came one like a son of man, and he came to the Ancient of Days and was presented before him, and to him was given dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all peoples, nations, and language should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom one that shall not be destroyed. As for me, Daniel, my spirit within me was anxious, and the visions of my head alarmed me. I approached one of those who stood there and asked him the truth concerning all of this. So he told me, and he made known to me the interpretation of the things. These four great beasts are four kings who shall arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, forever, and ever. Then I desired to know the truth about the fourth beast, which was different from all the rest, exceedingly terrifying, with its teeth of iron, its claws of bronze, and which devoured and broke in pieces, stamped what was left with its feet. And about the 10 horns that were on its head, and the other horn that came up, and before which 3 of them fell. The horn that had eyes and a mouth that spoke great things and that seemed greater than its companions. Verse 21. As I looked, this horn made war with the saints and prevailed over them, until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was given for the saints of the Most High. And the time came when the saints possessed the kingdom. Thus he said, as for the fourth beast, there shall be a fourth kingdom on earth, which shall be different from all the kingdoms, and it shall devour the whole earth and trample it down and break it to pieces. As for the 10 horns, out of this kingdom 10 kings shall arise, and another shall arise after them. He shall be different from the former ones, and he shall put down 3 kings. He shall speak words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and shall think to change the times and the laws. And they shall be given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. But the court shall sit in judgment, and his dominion shall be taken away, to be consumed and destroyed to the end. And the kingdom and the dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints. of the Most High. His kingdom shall be an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Here is the end of the matter. As for me, Daniel, my thoughts greatly alarmed me. My color changed, but I kept the matter in my heart. Chapter 8, verse 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me, Daniel, after that which appeared to me at the first. And I saw the vision. And when I saw, I was in Susa, the citadel. You Starford people know what that is, which is in the province of Elam. And I saw in the vision, and I was at the Ulai Canal. And we know that they had canals back then because we are using them today. Verse 3. I raised my eyes, and I saw, and behold, a ram standing on the bank of the canal. It had 2 horns, and both horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher one came up last. I saw the ram charging westward and northward and southward. I didn't see him charging eastward there. No beast could stand before him, and there was no one who could rescue from his power. He did as he pleased and became great. As I was considering, behold, a male goat came from the west across the face of the whole earth without touching the ground, and the goat had a conspicuous horn between his eyes. He came to the ram with 2 horns, which I had seen standing on the bank of the Ulai Canal, and he ran at him with his powerful wrath. I saw him come close to the ram, and he was enraged against him and struck the ram and broke his 2 horns. And the ram had no power to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground and trampled on him. And there was no one who could rescue the ram from his power. Then the goat became exceedingly great. But when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and instead of it, there came up 4 conspicuous horns toward the 4 winds of heaven. Wow. Verse 9. Out of one of them came a little horn, which grew exceedingly great towards the south, towards the east, and towards the glorious land. It grew great even to the host of heaven, and some of the host and some of the stars it threw down to the ground and trampled on them. If there's any doubt about who we're talking about. Verse 11, it became great, even as great as the prince of the host. And the regular burnt offering was taken away from him. And the place of his sanctuary was overthrown. And a host will be given over to it together with the regular burnt offering because of transgression, and it will throw truth to the ground, and it will act and prosper. Then I heard a holy one speaking, and another holy one said to the one who spoke, "For how long is the vision concerning the regular burnt offering, the transgression that makes desolate, and the giving over of the sanctuary and host to be trampled underfoot?" And he said to me, and this is how you say it if you don't want it to be interpreted year for days. For 2,300 evenings and mornings, then the sanctuary shall be restored to its rightful state. Verse 15, when I, Daniel, had seen the vision, I sought to understand it. And behold, there stood before me one having the appearance of a man. And I heard a man's voice between the banks of the Ulai, and it called, Gabriel, make this man understand the vision. So it was an angel in the appearance of a man. So he came near where I stood. When he came, I was frightened and I fell on my face. And he said to me, understand, O Son of Man, that the vision is for the time of the end. And when he had spoken to me, I fell into a deep sleep with my face to the ground. But he touched me and made me stand up. He said, behold, I will make known to you what shall be at the latter end of the indignation. For it refers to the appointed time of the end. As for the ram that you saw with the two horns, these are the kings of Media and Persia. The goat is the king of Greece. And the great horn between his eyes is the first king. As for the horn that was broken, in place of which 4 others arose, 4 other kingdoms shall arise from his nation, but not with his power. And at the latter end of their kingdom, when the transgressors have reached their limit, a king of bold face, one who understands riddles, shall arise. His power shall be great, but not by his own power. The power of the false prophet, this beast will act, and he shall cause fearful destruction and shall succeed in what he does and destroy mighty men and the people who are the saints. By his cunning he shall make deceit prosper under his hand, and in his own mind he shall become great. Without warning he shall destroy many. I think they're talking about King Herod. And he, you remember, this is that the voice of a God? And he goes, yeah. And the worms ate him up. And he was known as Herod the Great. Verse 25, possibly by his cunning he shall make deceit prosper under his hand, and in his own mind he shall become great. Without warning he shall destroy many, and he shall even rise up against the prince of princes, and he shall be broken, but by no human hand. The vision of the evenings and the mornings that has been told is true, but seal up the vision, for it refers to many days from now. And so it was sealed up that the Gentiles could be saved. Verse 27, and this took the toll on Daniel. And I, Daniel, was overcome and lay sick for some days. Then I rose up and went about the king's business, but I was appalled by the vision and did not understand it. Chapter 9, verse 1. In the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, by descent a Mede. Just to make sure you remember, Ahasuerus is one of these guys from the Bible in the book of Daniel. Yeah, Ahasuerus married Esther. She was a Jew. She probably wasn't a honky. In the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, by descent a Mede, who was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans in the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, perceived in the books the number of years that according to the word of the Lord in Jeremiah chapter 27 or 26, the prophet must pass before the end of the desolations of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. Then I turned my face to the seeking him by prayer and pleas for mercy with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. I prayed to the Lord my God and made confession, saying, O Lord, the great and awesome God who keeps covenant and steadfast love with those who love him and keeps his commandments, we have sinned and done wrong and acted wickedly and rebelled, turning aside from your commandments and rules. He's saying this in Babylon, people. Verse 6, we have not listened to your servants, the prophets, who spoke in your name to our kings, our princesses, our fathers, and to all the people of the land. To you, O Lord, belongs righteousness, but to us open shame, as it is this day, to the men of Judah, to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and to all Israel, those who are near and those who are far away, in all the lands to which you have driven them because of the treachery that they have committed against you. To us, O long, belongs open shame, to our kings, to our princes, to our fathers, because we have sinned against you. To the Lord, our God, belongs mercy and forgiveness, for we have rebelled against him and have not obeyed the voice of the Lord our God by walking in his laws, which he set before us by his servants, the prophets. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. And the curse and oath that are written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against him. He has confirmed his words which he spoke against us and against our rulers who ruled us, by bringing upon us a great calamity. For under the whole heaven there has not been done anything like what has been done against Jerusalem, as it is written in the law of Moses. All this calamity has come upon us, yet we have not entreated the favor of the Lord our God, turning from our iniquities and gaining insight by your truth. Therefore, the Lord has kept the calamity and has brought it upon us. For the Lord our God is righteous in all the works that he has done, and we have not obeyed his voice. And now, O Lord our God, who brought your people out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand and have made a name for yourself, as at this day we have sinned, we have done wickedly. O Lord, according to all your righteous acts, let your anger and your wrath turn away from your city, Jerusalem, your holy hill. Because for our sins and for our iniquities of our fathers, Jerusalem and your people have become a byword among all who are around us. Now, therefore, O our God, listen to the prayer of your servant and to his pleas for mercy, and for your own sake, O Lord, make your face to shine upon your sanctuary, which is desolate. O my God, incline your ear and hear. Open your eyes and see our desolations and the city that is called by your name. For we do not present our pleas before you because of our righteousness, but because of your great mercy. O Lord, hear. O Lord, forgive. O Lord, pay attention and act. Delay not for your own sake, O my God, because your city and your people are called by your name. When I was speaking and praying, confessing my sins and the sins of my people Israel, and presenting my plea before the Lord my God for the holy hill of my God, while I was speaking in prayer, the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at the first, came to me in swift flight at the time of the evening sacrifice. He made me understand, speaking with me and saying, "O Daniel, I have now come out to give you insight and understanding. At the beginning of your pleas for mercy, a word went out, and I have come to tell it to you. For you are greatly loved. Therefore, consider the word and understand the vision. 70 weeks are decreed about your people and your holy city to finish the transgression, to put an end to sin, and to atone for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, and to anoint a most holy place. Know therefore and understand that from the going out of the word to restore and build Jerusalem, to the coming of the anointed one, a prince, there shall be 7 weeks. Then, for 62 weeks, it shall be built again, with squares and moat, but in a time of trouble. And after the 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and its sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. Desolations are decreed. And he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering. And on the wing of abomination shall come one who makes desolate until the decreed end is poured out on the desolator. Daniel chapter 10. In the 3rd year of Cyrus, king of Persia. So we've seen them all. To the king of Babylon, just saw to the king of the Mede, now the king of Persia. A word was revealed to Daniel, who was named Belshazzar. And the word was true. And it was a great conflict. And he understood the word and had understanding of the vision. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning for 3 weeks. I ate no delicacies, no meat or wine entered my mouth, nor did I anoint myself at all for the full 3 weeks. On the 24th day of the first month, as I was standing on the bank of the great river that is the Tigris, I lifted up my eyes and looked and beheld a man clothed in linen with a belt of fine gold from Euphrates around his waist. His body was like beryl, his face like the appearance of lightning, his eyes like flaming torches, his arms and legs like the gleam of burnished bronze, and the sound of his words like the sound of a multitude. And I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, for the men who were with me did not see the vision, but a great trembling fell upon them, and they fled to hide themselves. So I was left alone, and I saw this great vision, and no strength was left in me. My radiant appearance was fearfully changed, and I retained no strength. Then I heard the sound of his words, and as I heard the sound of his words, I fell on my face in deep sleep with my face to the ground. And behold, a hand touched me and set me trembling on my hands and knees. And he said to me, O Daniel, man greatly loved, understand the words that I speak to you and stand upright, for now I have been sent to you. And when he had spoken this word to me, I stood up trembling. Then he said to me, Fear not, Daniel, for from the first day that you set your heart to understand and humble yourself before your God, Your words have been heard, and I have come because of your words. The prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. But Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me. This is Gabriel, needed help from Michael. For I was left there with the kings of Persia and came to make you understand what is to happen to your people in the latter days. For the vision is for days yet to come. When he had spoken to me according to these words, I turned my face toward the ground and was mute. And behold, one in the likeness of the children of man touched my lips. Then I opened my mouth and spoke. I said to him who stood before me, O my Lord, by reason of the vision, pains have come upon me, and I retain no strength. How can my Lord's servant talk with my Lord? For now no strength remains in me, and no breath is left in me. Again, one having the appearance of a man touched me and strengthened me. And he said, O man, greatly loved, fear not, peace be with you. Be strong and of good courage, as Joshua was often encouraged to be strong and of good courage. Seems to be a consistently good idea. The verse continues. And as he spoke to me, I was strengthened, and he said, let my Lord speak, for you have strengthened me. Then he said, do you know why I have come to you? But now I will return to fight against the prince of Persia. And when I go out, behold, the prince of Greece will come. But I will tell you what is inscribed in the book of truth. There is none who contends by my side except Michael, your prince. And as for me, in the first year of Darius the Mede, I stood up to confirm and strengthen him. And now I will show you the truth. Behold, 3 more kings shall arise in Persia, and a 4th shall be far richer than them all. And when he has become strong through his riches, he shall stir up all against the kingdom of Greece. Then a mighty king shall arise, who shall rule with great dominion and do as he wills. And as soon as he has arisen, his kingdom shall be broken and divided toward the 4 winds of heaven, but not to his posterity, nor according to the authority with which he ruled. For his kingdom shall be plucked up and go to others besides these. Verse 5, then the king of the south shall be strong, but one of his princes shall be stronger than he shall rule, and his authority shall be a great authority. After some years, they shall make an alliance, and the daughter of the king of the south shall come to the king of the north to make an agreement. But she shall not retain the strength of her arm, and he and his arm shall not endure, but she shall be given up, and her attendants, he who fathered her, and he who supported her in those times. Verse 7, and from a branch from her roots, this given up queen, shall arise in his place. He shall come against the army and enter the fortresses of the king of the north, and he shall deal with them and prevail. He shall also carry off to Egypt their gods with their metal images and their precious vessels of silver and gold. And for some years he shall refrain from attacking the king of the north. Then the latter, king of the north, shall come into the realm of the king of the south, but shall return to his own land. His sons shall wage war and assemble a great multitude of great forces, which shall keep coming and overflow and pass through, and again shall carry war as far as his fortress. Then the king of the south, moved with rage, shall come out and fight against the king of the north. And this is all those goats, their horns falling now. And I'm going to continue, and he shall raise a great multitude, but it shall be given into his hand. And when the multitude is taken away, his heart shall be exalted, and he shall cast down tens of thousands, but he shall not prevail. For the king of the north shall again raise a multitude greater than the first, and after some years he shall come on with a great army and abundant supplies. In those times many shall rise against the king of the south, and the violent among your own people shall lift themselves up in order to fulfill the vision, but they shall fail. Then the kings of the north shall come and throw up siege works and take a well-fortified city, and the forces of the south shall not stand, or even his best troops. For there shall be no strength to stand, but he who comes against him shall do as he wills, and none shall stand before him. And he shall stand in the glorious land with destruction in his hand. He shall set his face to come with the strength of his whole kingdom, and he shall bring terms of an agreement and perform them. He shall give him the daughter of women to destroy the kingdom. That sounds like Balaam. He did that also, and they were warned against that in chapters 2 and 3 in Revelation. The people that went with the Jezebel, going with the take those women. Continuing, he shall give him the daughter of women to destroy the kingdom, but it shall not stand or be to his advantage. Afterward, he shall turn his face to the coastlands and shall capture many of them, but a commander shall put an end to his insolence. Indeed, he shall turn his insolence back upon him. Then he shall turn his face towards the star fortress of his own land, but he shall stumble and fall and shall not be found. Then shall arise in his place one who shall send an exactor of tribute for the glory of the kingdom. But within a few days he shall be broken, neither in anger nor in battle, double-crossing treaty breakers. In his place shall arise a contemptible person to whom royal majesty has not been given. He shall come in without warning and obtain the kingdom by flatteries. Armies shall be utterly swept away before him and broken, even the prince of the covenant. And from the time that an alliance is made with him, he shall act deceitfully. These are all the wars and rumors of wars going on during the time when they were waiting for Jesus to return. And he did return. I'm sticking to it. Armies utterly swept away, armies and alliances made with him. He shall act deceitfully. He shall become strong with a small people. Verse 24. Without warning, he shall come into the richest parts of the province, and he shall do what neither his fathers nor his fathers' fathers have done, scattering among them plunder, spoil, and goods. He shall devise plans against strongholds, but only for a time, and he shall stir up his power and his heart against the king of the south with a great army, and the king of the south shall wage war with an exceedingly great and mighty army, but he shall not stand, for plots shall be devised against him. And why do the Illuminati act this way? Well, they're doing what happened before. Now that Satan's loosed. Verse 26, even those who eat his food shall break him. His army shall be swept away, and many shall fall down slain. And as for the two kings, their heart shall be bent on doing evil. They shall speak lies at the same table, but to no avail. For the end is not yet to be at the appointed time. And he shall return to his land with great wealth, but his heart shall be set against the holy covenant. And he shall work his own will and return to his own land. At the appointed time, he shall return and come into the south. But it shall not be this time as it was before, for ships of Kittim shall come against him. And he shall be afraid and withdraw and draw back and be enraged and take action against the holy covenant. He shall turn back and pay attention to those who forsake the holy covenant. Forces from him shall appear and profane the temple and fortress, and shall take away the regular burnt offering. And they shall set up the abomination that makes desolate. He shall seduce with flattery those who violate the covenant. But the people who know their God shall stand firm and take action, and the wise among the people shall make many understand. Though for some days they shall stumble by sword and flame, by captivity and plunder. When they stumble, they shall receive a little help, and many shall join themselves to them with flattery, and some of the wise shall stumble, so that they may be refined, purified, and made white until the time of the end. For it still waits the appointed time, and the king shall do as he wills. He shall exalt himself and magnify himself above every god. Oh boy, that's what Satan did. And shall speak astonishing things against the God of gods. He shall prosper till the indignation is accomplished. For what is decreed shall be done. He shall pay no attention to the gods of his fathers, or to the ones beloved by women. He shall not pay attention to any other god, for he shall magnify himself above all. He shall honor the gods of fortresses instead of these, a God whom his fathers did not know. He shall honor with gold and silver, with precious stones and costly gifts. He shall deal with the strongest fortresses, with the help of a foreign god. Those who acknowledge him, he shall load with honor. He shall make them rulers over many, and shall divide the land for a price. Nero much? Verse 40. At the time of the end, the king of the south shall attack him, but the king of the north shall rush upon him like a whirlwind, with chariots and horsemen and with many ships. And he shall come into countries and shall overflow and pass through. He shall come into the glorious land, and tens of thousands shall fall, but these shall be delivered out of his hand, Edom and Moab, and the main part of the Ammonites. He shall stretch out his hand over the countries, and the land of Egypt shall not escape. He shall become ruler of the treasures of gold and of silver, and all the precious things of Egypt. and the Libyans and the Cushites shall follow in his train. But news from the east and the north shall alarm him, and he shall go out with great fury to destroy and devote many to destructions. He shall pitch his palatial tents between the sea and the glorious holy mountain. Yet he shall come to his end with none to help him. The last chapter of Daniel. At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince, who has charge of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. But at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone whose name shall be found written in the book, the blessed first resurrection. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the sky above, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. But you, Daniel, shut up these words and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase, but the book will be shut up and sealed till the end. Verse 5. Then I, Daniel, looked, and behold, two others stood, one on this bank of the stream, and one on that bank of the stream. And someone said to the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the stream, how long shall it be till the end of these wonders? Then I heard the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the stream. He raised his right hand and his left hand toward heaven, and he swore by him who lives forever that it would be for a time, times, and half a time, and that when the shattering of the power of the holy people comes to an end, all these things would be finished. I heard, but I did not understand. Then I said, O Lord, what shall be the outcome of these things? He said, go your way, Daniel, for the words are shut up and sealed until the time of the end. Many shall purify themselves and make themselves white and refined, but the wicked shall act wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand. But those who are wise shall understand. And from the time that the regular burnt offering is taken away, and the abomination that makes desolate is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he who waits and arrives at the 1,335 days. But go your ways till the end, and you shall rest and shall stand in your allotted place at the end of days. Revelation 19 talks about the time, the Battle of Armageddon. Blessed are those who are invited to the marriage supper of the Lamb. Here comes Jesus. It's the rescue. The heavens open. Behold, a white horse. The one sitting on it is called Faithful and True. and in righteousness he judges and makes war. His eyes are like a flame of fire, and on his head are many diadems, and he has a name written that no one knows but himself. He's called the Word of God. He's going to tread the winepress of the fury of the wrath of God the Almighty. And on his robe and on his thigh, he has a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. They could not stand against him. Verse 19, and I saw the beast and the kings of the earth with their army gathered to make war against our Messiah. Verse 20, and the beast was captured, and with it the false prophet who in his presence had done those signs by which he deceived those who had received the mark of the beast and those who worshiped his image, those ones who believed that big talking horn. The beast and the false prophet were thrown alive into a lake of fire. But not Satan. Satan was there. Satan was captured. Verse 2, he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan, bound him for 1,000 years, threw him into a pit, shut it and sealed it over him for 1,000 years, so that he might not deceive the nations until the 1,000 years were ended. After that, he must be released for a little while. After the 1,000 years are ended, Satan is released from his prison. He's coming right back against Gog and Magog. Is it the sons of Jasher? To gather them for battle? They marched over the broad plain of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints. This is over 1,000 years after the beast and the false prophet lost at the Battle of Armageddon. Still, fire is going to come down from heaven and consume them. And the devil, who had deceived them, was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet already were, to join them in tormenting day and night. Verse 11, then I saw the great white throne and him who was seated on it. This is Daniel's appointed place. Like us, those saints who will die in this time in faith. And I saw the dead, great and small, standing before the throne, and the books were opened. Then another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged by what was written in the books, according to what they had done. Verse 15, and if anyone's name was not found written in the book of life, he was thrown into the lake of fire. Haven't checked in for quite a while. So blessed and thankful to still see people here. That was a long, Bible passage, a Bible study. But I think it does, there is no final nail, final proof, but this is not an easy thing to try to prove that the time of the Gentiles lasted from Nebuchadnezzar and a bunch of white people were supporting the Jews, saying like, no, you got to keep this going, man. We'll pay for it. We'll help you. I mean, you got to do it, you know. And they're going like, yeah, we'll do it. Well, you know, we still believe, but they really didn't. They really didn't. So I'm going to take a quick break, stretch my break, take a break and stretch my legs. And I got kind of stiff there in this chair, but I'm going to be coming right back. But in the meantime, we're going to go back to that. Remember, we started a couple hours ago with that video from Mind Unveiled. I think he's a seeker. I do. Don't think he's a shill or anything else. He likes autodidactic. A lot of people do. They like having questions posed to them. I get it. But we have answers in the Bible, and that's what they need. But he's got some truth here, and I think you'll enjoy it.
Big city that seems to be in the background, and all these ships. You know, it's interesting because many of these show depictions of kind of like natives, or, you know, they have some very basic gear, but then in the background, these big cities. So what's going on? This is a really interesting one, Arzilla. And many of these books show Africa with star forts on them, cities that have walls all the way around them. This one's not obviously a star fort, but you're going to see more that makes it much more clear. And then if you look over here, it looks like that there's these two towers, whether there's some kind of etherical technology or energy producing towers, but this seems a little bit out of place outside of the city. I wonder what they're for. And then you have this thing on top of the cliff, maybe some ritual, ceremonial. And I wasn't sure exactly what these cities were, but I found another website that had a different map, slightly different. And basically, these are views of the 5 northern and western African coastal towns on one sheet. And supposedly they're from the 16th century. But again, they want us to think, I mean, like, what's going on here? I mean, what do you mean? And then there's a star fort all around it? That's not right. Something does not line up with that story. And it's multiple cities. This is something that was already there until the Catholics came and tried to convert these people, whoever was left, into Christianity. Okay, so let's look at some more African cities from the 1500s. And this is more in the Mediterranean, so these are the islands near Africa. But again, you have star fort cities, entire cities that are barricaded, basically. So yeah, this is on Gallica, and if you try to find another version of this map, these are old depictions of the Mediterranean islands. So were they just, in the 1500s, were they just sailing everywhere and just creating these massive medieval-looking cities? And they did this all in, how long did it take to do this? So if we look at, stuff like this and some of the older maps, it's very clear that these are just leftovers of a prior civilization. Okay, so here's another old book kind of depicting Egypt and Africa from a couple hundred years ago. So let's just go ahead and open it up. This is what they're depicting Alexandria to look like. Okay, so there's a lot of things to take from this. One, this is a star fort. This is a huge barricaded city, and it looks pretty massive. Nothing to freak out about, I guess, but still very interesting. These buildings do look a little advanced for this time, but, and look at the canals, everything that's kind of going through the city. Nothing too suspicious. And here's a depiction of Cairo. So, looks massive. You see the Nile, and what I find really interesting is all these pyramids. because there are many different kind of engravings and
That's pretty weird. That's pretty weird. Even Golden Age past, when he was doing that stuff on the pyramids, I didn't see that many. Hey, man. Yeah, who wouldn't have chosen to be like, if we could really choose to be born again, like I would have chosen to be born during the Golden Age for sure, no doubt.
old depictions of Egypt that have all these extra pyramids that we don't really know about today, or were they just adding those for artistic, aesthetic or whatever, or whether these monuments actually here and they no longer exist. It really makes you question, like, why would artists even depict the pyramids this way? Autodidactic was mentioning that a lot of these pyramids kind of have an Ethiopian type, they're more vertical shape. So, what's going on here? Were there more of these types of pyramids in Cairo when they were taken down, they were removed somehow? And what's this head? What's that all about? Here's the Sphinx, and so, this could just be artistic representation, but still, why are they drawing domes? Why are they drawing skyscrapers in the back? This doesn't make sense.
And why is the capstone gone from this one? So this is already a reset drawing, I guess. I should look at more of these type of videos.
They shouldn't have these type of buildings during this time, and definitely not in Egypt. It's also interesting that this book depicts the Torah, which is one of the most powerful psychedelic plants that is said in many shamanic.
We already saw that part.
But I think if one was to look into the research, the conclusion is that the majority of blacks are not from this land. This is not the homeland of the Moorish peoples. I covered this in other videos where we talk about the Muria and the legend of Calafia. On the last Secret Black History video, there were many comments that I would consider black supremacist in nature. And there's this ideology that claims that they're the original humans and that the white man is but a parasite that came into this world through some type of genetic mutation. They go on to think that their ancestry comes from Egypt. The most common evidence that's presented is within the name, they'll say, Kemet, the black land. But that doesn't mean the land of black people. It means the land of black magic, but Wiki says it's because of the soil was dark and fertile. I'm not really sure why these black supremacists believe they came from Egypt, as this is contradictory because this history of the out of Africa theory is directly tied to evolution, which was created by the white man. This whole concept of the white man being the bad guy needs to be done with if we ever want to find unity. The true parasites are the cabal.
Isn't that the truth? Here's the deal. I got to bring this back so I know where I'm at. Here's the deal. There's no good color of people. Every one of our hearts is despicably wicked. There is no like the Hopi. They're just naturally good. No, they're not. Or the Somali. Man, they're just good. They got it going on. No, they don't. We all have that weird stuff going on, man. There is. That's how come it's like, don't be a Republican. Don't be a Democrat. Don't be a libertarian, or be more of a libertarian, I guess, when you think, but just don't go vote. I mean, if you vote, you're voting for the status quo and saying, yeah, this is working good. I like it. Let's keep going with this. Because you're not going to fix it. This is a rescue, not a restoration. God is looking for a people wholly reliant upon him. We're going to have our own rules, man. Love you guys. Keep it going, man. We're gonna watch this video here. I'm not that tired. It started at 6:30 tonight. Tommy from Texas, Thin Gap, is back on the air. He made a short video, so we'll check it out later. Like I said, I'm living. This has been sweeps week as I live on the peripheral of for my own personal sitcom or what are the reality show, watching Tommy and stuff. So we're curious to see what's going on today. Being a juror and stuff has got him all freaked out. I mean, he so much crime. And again, these grand juries, this is only the 77th grand jury. It's not that long a history. Pretty good video, huh? Remember, there's no good guys. It's not the white guys are the good guys and the black guys are the good guys. But what it is that, yeah, the dark, Jesus was probably not white, but we can be saved now. But there are no good guys. There is no race that's like, yeah, they're the good ones. It's not that. But now Gentiles can be saved. That's the gospel. Yay. Yeah, jury duty's freaking him out because he's going like, what do you mean you've arrested this guy 6 times for the same thing? Well, why don't you go get the dealer? Well, we don't know where the dealers are. And he's going like, baloney. What do you mean you don't know where they are? You're spending. He's finding out that all of these cases where they're just arresting these guys and all of these union cops are, it takes like, you process a guy, and I hate meth. I hate it. Give me the days when you were counseling heroin addicts. They seem so sweet now compared to these meth heads. Yeah, and so it's just he's trying to think of all of these different ways because he still kind of leans towards like we can fix some of it, So yeah, and it's not not just the stupidity of it, shucks full. It's the absolute. It's broke. It's broke, and what I was going to finish with is that by the time you end up processing this one guy for meth, you caught him again. He's going to be in his corner smoking it, hiding from everybody. So you've got $200 an hour for 3 people, bring him in, then the other people process, and then your union people watching him. And it's kind of like going like, yeah, I remember when we used to indict your daddy every 3 or 4 months, it's the same people. So yeah, he doesn't like it. 2 people on the grand jury. Remember, they only need 9. The grand jury always runs. 2 people didn't show up for their first day. They didn't call. They got a hold of one, but not the other one. So when he goes back on Wednesday, because this grand jury things, he has to go every Wednesday for 3 months. And that sets them up for their indictments for the year, I guess. There's these are federal courts or something. I don't know. But they're meth dealers. So I don't know what's going on. Crazy. And his wife was on TV and everything else. The dogs got crazy today. It was fun.
The new Catholic Church rulers that took over Tartaria in the last reset. These are the individuals keeping our ancient ancestry from all of us. All humans are being suppressed in their ancient ancestry, and we need to work together to be able to discover that knowledge. Quote, we confine ourselves to a singular point and adamantly proclaim an Aryan to be a member of any race. Honor can be found in men from any race or tribe, and so can spiritual maturity. The Aryan, who is spiritually and technically advanced, automatically benefits and civilizes the world he inhabits. No amount of ordinary men can achieve what he achieves. Furthermore, an Aryan can be a Jew or a Gentile, Saxon or Hindu, Celt or Egyptian, Oriental or Nordic, Maya or Mori. Originally, Aryans were the technically and spiritually endowed seers, sages, and elders of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost civilizations that flourished and then fell over tens of thousands of years ago. In this sense, the word Aryan is interchangeable with Druid. The lands of Egypt were multicultural. Let's look at what Plato has to say about Egypt. Okay, so in Plato's Timaeus, Solon goes to a city near Egypt, basically to ask a bunch of people about antiquity, and none of the Hellenes, who were white Greeks, had any knowledge that Solon didn't already know about antiquity. A priest, who in the story appears to be of a darker complexion, overhears Solon and basically tells him that the Hellenes don't have a clue about antiquity. It's very interesting, though, if you listen to what he talks about when it comes to the common goddess and a common founder. Quote, as for those genealogies of yours which you just now recounted to us, Solon, they're no better than tales of children. In the first place, you remember a single deluge only, but there were many previous ones.
Yikes.
In the next place, you do not know that there formerly dwelt in...
Stop it. Wow. You know what? So that's why I guess this Mind Unveiled is like autodidactic. Anything but Christ, go to Atlantean. They can all be Jews, this or that or the other thing. Come on, please. I can't, what an easy way out. No need to repent. It's all a joke. It's not true. It's these guys doing this and that, but we got to figure it out. They hid their history. Who's your redeemer? Where's that dad? I heard that Tommy made a video.
Hey guys, finally got privileges to stream again. Just got through working on Mode 69, pick up, having a cold beer.
Tommy got banned. He's been banned like 6 times.
So, yeah, they took me down for a week. I must be a dangerous radical. Wanted to show something here I just watched, and this was crazy, man. This was crazy. Let me see if of course they can read the numbers. Got it where he's talking about it. Thing right there. Oh, that should be close enough. Americans, then ask a simple question. How many of them were killed by right-wingers for political reasons? Not many. Or since we're talking about threats here, pose the question another way. Are you more in danger walking through a neighborhood that votes 90% Democrat or a neighborhood that votes 90% Republican? No, I know what I wanted. It might be right back here at the very first. June, that report was complete. It concluded. Joe Biden ordered federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies to prepare. Now, this was his first thing he did. That's what he's talking about. This is the very first thing Joe Biden did. Review of how the administration should fight terrorism. By last June, that report was complete. It concluded that after more than 20 years, Islamic terror is no longer the greatest threat to this country. Instead, the agencies declared that domestic political extremism is, quote, the most urgent terrorism threat the United States faces today. That's a very stark assessment. So you have to ask, who exactly are these terrorists who threaten us so urgently? And they're not who you might expect. The report did not even mention the BLM riots, the deadly BLM riots that had just taken place. There wasn't a word about Antifa. There's nothing about the gunmen who murdered 800 Americans in the city of Chicago last year, many of them children. No, they weren't there. Instead, the Biden administration declared that the, quote, most lethal elements of today's domestic terror threat. What's he going to say? Is he going to say me?
You.
Because YouTube treats me like it's me. Let's see. Does he say me? Are political conservatives. I'm a political conservative. Biden. Now, that report was released almost exactly 6 months ago. 6 months ago. You got a lot of that, huh? Political conservatives. I guess they did mean me. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? They just, wow, come right out and just go right out and do it. Oh, this was crazy. Alan showed me this. I don't know if piece show job, but this was funny. And of course, you know, Alan is he did a decode on it, and so y'all tell me. Let's take it all the way back. Where is it? This is pretty funny.
Fighters, you gotta get me a record.
It's our 10th album. We're gonna break the mold on this one.
Like that. Let's go somewhere we've never been.
This place is amazing.
Do you guys get this overwhelming sense of death? Oh, doesn't really seem like shit. Well, it's that was weird. The sound of this house is the sound of album 10. Alright, you guys dance. Living room. Let me apologize in advance for all the rock we're about to make. Got a couple ideas I've been working on. Lay them on. It's called Evermore, and you wrote it about 20 years ago.
How you feeling? Everything okay?
Ever since we moved into this house, my mind is flooded. We all have writer's block.
This is not just a creepy rock and roll house. It allows spiritual entities to cross into your world.
Now, just to be, Tommy told me that this is Lionel Richie.
We all have writer's.
That's impossible. Lionel Richie's like 90 years old. He was famous when I was in high school. Must be somebody else.
This is not just a creepy rock and roll house. It allows spiritual entities to cross into your world.
Gee whiz, man, this is weird.
Dude has got one flew over the cuckoo's nest crazy. This place, man. Let's finish the track. Really sweet, dude. You found a new musical note? Oh, yes, I did.
Any steps in the group?
I'm pretty handy on the grill. Yeah, you like your meat charred dry.
He does like killer barbecue.
What do we do?
We just say
Gee whiz.
Here you go, man. Finish the song.
you did.
Right? So there's that.
Dang.
There's that. Alan said that to me. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I wonder if in the end, does that album go platinum? Do they have more and more hits, or do they realize to err their ways and chill? Who knows? Who knows? But I just wanted to put out a quick video. I got my channel back. I was sitting here clicking, and it was funny. I clicked on it to set up one, and I didn't pay attention, and it said for 11 o'clock tonight. And this one said for like 11:15, and like I said before, I always just go. I don't wait till that time. But yeah, it's a pretty day here. I've finished off my first 30 milligram vial of my Texas authorized, legalized cannabis health product, not hemp. I have a doctor's prescription for all of this. If y'all are going to try and call medical misinformation on me again, I got a little bit, maybe 5 milligrams left of the 1-to-1, which is CBD. half and THC the other half. I got have an appointment Monday in Houston with a spine surgeon. I went and had x-rays yesterday on my back, just regular x-rays, because I already have an MRI. And wow, it's not looking great.
No, he is messed up. This guy's back is going to be a constant tweaking to keep him going. He's going to need all the medicine he can get, man. Even I could tell his MRA. He's got 5 that are just messed up. 5 on his spines. L1 through 5 are just trash. Then it skips. There's 2 good ones, and it goes bad again.
Me and Alan put it in his display and put it up on the big screen we have for a monitor. And wow, we'll see what this surgeon says. He claims minimally invasive, and that's all I'm down for. I scrubbed on too many open back surgeries, decompressions, laminectomies, and foraminotomies, and discectomies, infusions, and all that. And if they can do it invasive through a hole, an incision about that big, hole about that big, use a progressive cannulation system, or put a guide wire down into the space, take a small tube, push over it, take one next size, push over it, next size, push over it, next size, push over it, push over it. You just keep expanding the hole, and when you're done, pull all the center out. You got a port down in there, put an arm on it, attach that arm to the bed, lock it in place so it doesn't move. Hey Simon, how are you?
Yeah, and let me explain to you what Tommy is basically, all that medical talk, from like, I was in this surgery and they do what he's basically describing is, as opposed to the spinal fusion that I had, where they basically hollow out. Think of dredging a canal. They hollow out, and then so that they can lay that nerve in there so it doesn't get pinched. And so what he's describing is they're dredging a hole so that the nerve, tip floats in there. Instead of a whole canal, they're doing minimally invasive. Just where it might hit, they dredge that part. So basically, all of these spinal fusions and what he's going to go into, it's crazy. That's like when they do spinal fusion and you tell them, oh yeah, I got a titanium, part in my neck here. And they go like, oh, that's crazy. And I used to always visualize that they, since it's right there by your neck, you might as well go in, fix it from the back. Oh no. They go in from the front. They take your whole everything and just move it over to the side and put that thing into the front. And that's how come, if you know somebody that's had spinal fusion like that way up there, I talked like Donald Duck for 3 months. I was crying. I was going like, this can't be happening. And they'll go like, no, you got 2 more weeks. And then sure enough, like right around the time when they said your voice will come back, it did. And I was just going like, can't believe it. It's crazy. Yeah, there was some crazy stuff going on. That whole deal around Kurt Cobain and who made the money. And he started using that same devil's cord that Franz Liszt used, Listomania. And now they use it all the time in that heavy metal rock and roll. Let's get back and see what the Tommy's saying here. Got a couple of other ideas for videos. It started early tonight. I got a good night's sleep. I might play one of Vat City put out a new video. And so I'm laughing with you, not at you, Matt. There's a certain points in your life where you just, you got to just get up and take that other step. And like they say, it's not the years, it's the miles. And boy, I used to think I was bulletproof. Come on, Tommy. I explained how they dredge out the canals for the nerves.
And you pull the microscope in and do the procedure. If they'll do that, I'm in.
I hope he does it.
Oh yeah, okay. So Alan changed his channel name. If you didn't know that, Simon, to Mud Flood was Armageddon. I'll put you a link in it here.
Thanks, Tommy.
If I can do it. Yeah, I think I can do it. Yeah, this is, he changed the name of his to Mudflood was Armageddon.
I had to think of a new name because they banned me for life on Flat Earth Nation.
I think that'll take you there. Maybe not. I don't know. That doesn't look right, does it? Mudflood was Armageddon. I don't know what that deal was. I guess you gotta click on the deal. And then you gotta.
Don't let him tell you anything else, Simon.
Gotta share it. I'll get you it there. Oh no, that's him. My flood was Armageddon. I don't know how long you've been away, Simon, but it's been different. I think last few nights he's gone on benders. He's been going at it crazy. I've just been doing my thing. We cuss and discuss every day and get things lined out. And he does a presentation.
It works out good.
He out in the garage where he does right behind me through there is where we got everything set up. It's a lot warmer, better Wi-Fi signal.
A lot better.
And he's been forgetting at night when he gets done and goes out to close the door and leave the heater on in the garage. And Kathy, as she gets up, she lets the dogs out, and they got a doggy door they can go in the garage. And she walked out.
Now, I was trying to be considerate. I just turned it off. I turned off the heater and didn't try to keep the heat in. I didn't care if the door was cracked. I didn't know. But now I do know. And I am not going to, Kathy's been on TV now, and I don't, even in the first place, I didn't want to make her mad, but now I know. They keep the heat on because their dogs get cold in the morning. I get it. That's good.
Out there one morning, and then it was cold. You know, I got to close that door and leave that heater on. Poor guy. Our neighbor across the street had concrete trucks pulling in at 7 o'clock this morning. I said I put a for sale sign on my old 69. Had a couple of people ask, and it's crazy. I've been going and I'll start it once a week or so, keep the battery charged. fluids pumped. And
It's so cool.
for some reason, I don't know why I did, I popped the hood. I'm just looking things over, and my God, it's the back spark plug wire on the passenger side one just hanging there. Spark plug is exposed. Put that on, then I started looking at it and started it up, watched it, and bracket.
You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to look something up. We'll get back to. Hey, was that good, Shucksful? Because I saw that video, and I've just been so not wanting to hear UAP's voice. And was that a good video or not? Was it? Because that whole thing is weird about what they doing with, all the people, do they fake deaths and stuff like that? But yeah, here, just listen to the Bible for a second. And I want to look something up and see if they can't build on, let's see, I'll find something different for you to hear. Oh, you know what's kind of, listen to this part of Joel.
The book of Joel, chapter 1. Are dried up, and fire has devoured the pastures of the wilderness. Joel 2. Blow a trumpet in Zion, sound an alarm on my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord is coming. It is near, a day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and thick darkness. Darkness there is spread upon the mountains, a great and powerful people. Their like has never been before, nor will be again after them, through the years of all generations. Fire devours before them, and behind them a flame burns. The land is like the Garden of Eden before them, but behind them a desolate wilderness, and nothing escapes them. Their appearance is like the appearance of horses, and like war horses they run. As with the rumbling of chariots, they leap on the tops of the mountains like the crackling of a flame of fire, devouring the stubble like a powerful army drawn up for battle. Before them, peoples are in anguish. All faces grow pale. Like warriors, they charge. Like soldiers, they scale the wall. They march each on his way. They do not swerve from their paths. They do not jostle one another. Each marches in his path. They burst through the weapons and are not halted. They leap upon the city. They run upon the walls. They climb up into the houses. They enter through the windows like a thief. The earth quakes before them. The heavens tremble. The sun and the moon are darkened, and the stars withdraw their shining. The Lord utters his voice before his army, for his camp is exceedingly great. He who executes his word is powerful. For the day of the Lord is great and very awesome. Who can endure it? It even now declares the Lord. Return to me with all your heart, with fasting, with weeping, and with mourning, and rend your hearts in. Well, I don't know if I found it or not, or if it's going to be in Espanol. But what I was looking for, and before I go back to when Tommy talks about this 1969 Chevy, it's a Chevy long bed. I was just re-watching to decode Independence Day to see how the mighty have fallen, the United States, and how, we were supposed to take over the world when that famous movie star, the best movie actor that there ever was, that guy, what's his name? But anyway, when he shows up at Area 51 and he has bagged him one of those aliens, he made it crash land. He throws it in. This guy pulls up and he puts it in a pickup truck, and they drive it to Area 51, and that is a 69. That's the same color as what Tommy's talking about. That one with the 350. He said he found a loose part on it today, but I'm telling you, that thing, it just does a burnout just when you're in neutral and
idling around a corner. Gets rubber when it hits second gear. Let's see one of these things.
Calma, eu vou tirar você daí, calma.
Deixa me ajudar.
Filho, fica aqui com o Homer.
We'll find it. Come on, man. Look at 33, the number of the orange. Oh, man, something's going on.
Você ainda acredita nele?
Ele é um bom homem.
Haha.
Como ela está? Sua esposa está com a hemorragia interna. Se tivesse sido trazido...
Espera aí. O que você está falando?
Não podemos. Disseram que você vai ficar boa.
Come on.
Mentiroso. Lançar nisso.
Ih, rapaz, onde é que é isso aqui? Peraí.
Ay, caramba.
For the air conditioner compressor, it was vibrating, it was off, so I had to adjust it. Did all that. It was fun. And worked on the truck in a while. But got that thing lined up so the belt's tracking straight, not causing a wobble. But we got a new channel back here. My other one, my backup channel, the next day I went on it and put out a video going, man, YouTube's dogging me, man. Why y'all doing this to me? And they took that video down. So that channel's down for, I guess, one more day. And that's just crazy. I don't know why, but Tucker Carlson, that deal right there, the government did a study. First thing, and 6 months later, Christian conservatives are think about that. The intelligence community, that's a big deal, man. That's a lot of people said that Christian conservatives, number one. El numero uno. You gotta love that. At least we're number one at something. And at least we're number one at something. I watched a Dinesh D'Souza debate with an atheist guy, and he says, well, Christians, we believe that there is something after death, and you know, no one knows, but that's what we believe. And the guys, or there's nothing, you know, and the guy's like, well, no, nothing can't be something. And well, I mean, it's heaven, hell, or this guy is just, there's nothing. You just die and that's nothing. You don't have a soul. Nothing else goes on. It's the end of the line. And this guy says that it doesn't make any sense. He told Dinesh D'Souza, hey, wait a minute, you're coming at this from an intellectual level. One. And he's like, I thought we were having a debate. I thought we were debating this. And it was pretty interesting. That guy, he's like, you know, he says he was a Christian. And then when he saw the inconsistencies, he just kind of like our friend. Still praying for you, Joel. I hope you can find your way back, buddy. And you know, it's just interesting the way these people think that a God in their mind, if it was an omnipotent God, wouldn't allow any suffering. They always bring up, what about my daughter getting cancer or my wife killed in a car why would God allow that? Christians, we're always like, I ain't gonna question him. I don't know why things happen. I just know that if I do my part and follow the word and my intent, my discernment, my heart is set on.
Yeah, there's a couple more minutes of this, and I have been kind of looking at the messages, and I do want to touch on not only the maps, but even the more land situation is, because that's confusing to me too. Is if we're under a dome, what do they have their own firmaments?
On the word of God and following those tenets. I should have less of that tragedy, but nobody's spared from harm and pain and sadness and mourning. I mean, how do you escape that? These people think of God should just make a perfect world where everything is perfect. Well, perfect doesn't exist without imperfect. Just like good doesn't exist without evil. Right doesn't exist without wrong. Everything has its counter. And if you want to imagine that God doesn't exist because you had an aunt die of cancer or your dog got run over. Sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. That's on you. But I just want to do a quick little video here. Been on 18 minutes. I'm back up. I hope this doesn't get taken down.
No
I
way.
have an appointment Monday with a spine guy in Houston. Wednesday, I get my second delivery of my second prescription for my legal medicine. And it works well. It worked really well for me for muscle spasms. And that was one of my biggest things, boy, when I started having muscle spasms. Thanks, Simon. Thanks. We hope all has been well. We hope things have been going your way. But, the straight 0 to 1 THC for me and my tincture here, government approved prescription medications, helped with the muscle spasms immensely. And I did not have a feeling that I had partaken in a cannabis product. But the 1 to 1 is basically for nighttime for sleep, because if you take it in the same dosage as the 0 to 1, you'll get sleepy. And I did. And this last week, for the first time since I was a kid, I'm guessing, because I can't remember, I took my normal dose that they recommend, went to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning. My dog needed to go out. I let him out. I said he's got the doggy door. He'd come in through the garage. It was warm. Open the kitchen door so he can slip in. He's got a bed in here and food. So I just went back to bed. And next thing I knew, it was 8:30 in the morning. I had slept right straight through, man.
And this guy normally gets up at 4:30.
Until 8:30 since I was a kid. And that stuff worked really well. And that was enough for pain through the night, and the CBD helps you relax and sleep well. And like I said, I have my next appointment with them next Wednesday. My next delivery comes Wednesday, and I'm very encouraged that I'll probably pretty much quit the flower if I get my tinctures balanced right and I get the right dosages, because this was, I think this was $120, and it only lasted me a week. And that's not good. That's expensive. And so I think they have different concentrations. I'll talk to my provider next week, and maybe I can get something little beefier. Last a little longer. Take one 1/10 of a 0.1 of a mil, and that'll last me like it was a full mil. That's what I need. Because it's going to get expensive. But everybody be cool. Take care. Good vibrations. Discernment. Love.
That's what it's going to take is a new currency, I think, is going to be herbal medicines. Not only, THC, but many of the different extracts, because that's what we're going to need. We're all going on a diet. That much is for sure. So I saw some stuff about the maps and things like that. And I have opinions on all those things too. Let's see. I remember when I got a pager, I thought, I'm there like, wow, I never thought I'd have a pager. Yeah, now the whole more land thing, anybody have any ideas about it? Go ahead and, and put them in the comments, because I'm always curious about why is that so appealing, there's very few maps that even hint at it. And how is there not a dome? How is there not a rakia? One of those missiles crash into. When is our sun is not local? I just don't know. So that's not a, it's not a big deal. Now there was something else. I thought there was another question about another map. Maps are hard, Maps are different. That one, it seemed like Mind Unveiled when he was talking about, Mind Unveiled, and he got into that, Atlanteans could be any color. There were the people. That's what autodidactic and all those people do. It's the new ABCs, anything but Christ. It's Atlantis first, last, and always. That, we're survivors, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Jesus Christ is God in the flesh. Well, yes, it does. It does to me. And if you just want to, it's like pushing back evolution, because no. Well, we're waiting on the gold-eating Anunnaki who left us here as the, this is like, they're going to be coming back, and eat some more gold, and we're going to find out what happened. Well, who made the Anunnaki? What did they come from? One of these situations requires a creator that created everything. And if we've recently been rediscovering, or 1 John chapter 3 verse 8, that the reason that Jesus came into the world was to deal with the sin of Satan, and that had to do with things in the heavenly realm. Now, for all of you who thought that God was always going to sit back and let Satan, when he was dealing with angels, have that attitude. Well, it seems that didn't go on forever now, did it? Because there's been a time where, he saw Satan cast down. There's been a rebellion in heaven. There was a time where there was a rebellion in heaven, and Satan had not yet crawled on his belly eating dust. Correct? And God said he sent Jesus into the world to deal with Satan. And we're made a little lower than angels for now. But we'll be metamorphosed because we're going into the spirit world. And the whole idea that started with Flat Earth Nation and Armageddon past, and now, since they took that away with, you know, there used to be access to, you know, 9,500 subscribers. It was a lot more exciting then, but it's still the same truth. We're uncovering it. Now we know that, you know, the 1,000 years, and it all ties into the Bible. And I know Autodidact has heard it. I know UAP has heard it. They've made videos. UAP, Conspiracy R Us, John Levy, Golden Age Past. You've seen all of them, Hacking the Headlines. Sarah, they've all made videos about, is it possible that Armageddon's over? And of course, it's, you know, that's why I started the first channel, was because the Lord was like pretty convincing to me that, yeah, it's over. Whereas for 35 years, I would have been the first one to point a finger at me going like, heretic, heretic. How dare you say that, you know, I was a post-millennial. We're going to change this world to the glory of God. And then if we have to, we'll colonize the moon, but the whole world will be filled with his glory. All forgetting the old, you know, the hundreds verses that I'm coming back in that generation. But when the veil is lifted, you have to let the veil be lifted. Yeah, and I see Shucksville, you know, bringing up Michelle Gibson. You know, yep, he remembers when Michelle Gibson had, you know, what was it when I interviewed her? Was it even 1,000 subscribers? And I had her on a couple of times, and she was playing the Christian girl that was in the army and this and that. And the next thing you know, she got a little traction, and it was like, well, I was just channeling with Shambhala from the planet of Hoobity Doo, and they told me that there's ley lines in the earth. Okay, you want to go with that? You want to go with that? What I'm telling you is that, you know, basically, the gist of it is, what's weird? Well, would it be weird if, let's say you never heard me say it before, or maybe you haven't, is that nobody drowned in the flood. If they did, they died early, but they didn't have to die. Not the flood of Noah was not a drowning experience. It was a judgment, correct? And it was more than a metaphor for us. They are now reserved in judgment because of the glittering sword. And the glittering sword hit the water, and they were reserved in judgment. And now the rocks are crying out, which is why during the triumphal entry, when they said to him, tell your disciples to quit saying, Hosanna, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord, and that you're the Messiah. And he said, if I told them to stop doing it, they would be breaking prophecy. And the stones would cry out. That's what started all of this. In that, as you know, I'm not anti-charismatic. I just don't believe that all of that heal stuff. But as far as having visions from people being, you know, I believe I've had two. And I've also, you know, been on 2 peyote experiences. And I've taken LSD over 1,000 times. You know, I've sought outside experiences, but God has also provided. And the first one was in 1981, and the next one wasn't until 2017. But in the first one, what I learned was that everything that Jesus Christ said in the Bible was true, and that I was to live my life like that. And to the best of my ability, I tried. But the veil was not lifted until 2015, that everything Jesus said was true. It's flat. And now I'm in and I get it. And the stones, that's not written in poetic language. Those stones literally would have had to been able to cry out. And so I looked into it, and the stones did cry out. I prayed for a 3D vision of the stones twice on my peyote vision quest with the Ute Indians. And I was granted that 3D vision. I found gold. I found the gemstones. I could explain that all the rocks are body parts to my own eternal satisfaction. The goal has been to spread that word. It's easier right now explaining the scripture and that Armageddon's over and that it's easy to prove. The rocks, the burden of proof is on me. But right now, it's more important to get the Bible fixed. And that's coming down to the Catholics and the Jesuits are for the Trinity. And the narrow road are the people that are going like, hey, wait a minute. We're not, even if there is a Trinity, we're not for killing people, filleting them alive and burning them at the stake. If they have questions about how can three gods, three persons be one God, when all of those persons are worshiped as gods, God. And when Jesus fulfills it all. When it says in John 4:24, God is a spirit, and those that worship him must worship him in spirit and truth. And we've learned so much about sound, spirit, and vibrations, vortexes, magnet-powered, swastika-induced vortexes, that we know that the spoken word of a spirit can bring the physical manifestation of, if you're God, Jesus in the flesh. And it wouldn't be a separate God. It would be that God in the flesh. No need for a redundant Holy Spirit person that has been waiting for all eternity to do one thing, fly down like a dove. Look like a dove for this one thing. Besides that, don't worry. The original God, the Father, is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent enough. And that he says that his own spirit-induced word was the creator. And that spoken word created all things for its own glory, and they exist only because he needed them to exist. Because Satan had to be judged with, and here we are. And brought in like us, Jesus was. And all the angels will worship him. Now that's a part of a humbling effect, but we'll leave that to the judges when those judges will be judged later. But we do know from Corinthians and other places that what are they doing? They're still learning. The angels are desirously looking into what manner of things were this when Jesus was on the cross. But God knows this book was the end written from the beginning. This is just a wonderful time that if you've never admitted that you believe in your heart that the things you used to do, that you loved, that now you hate, and you realize you should be living a life that would please God. If you've never said that, now's the time. You believe it in your heart, confess it with your mouth. If you're with someone, tell them. Jesus Christ is Lord. If you're not, say it out loud, knowing that that's what you believe. That is a very high calling. And it also leads to a situation like this. I'll get right back to that question in the chat room. You know where I'm going. Colossians chapter 1. We know who he is. Verse 13. He has delivered us from the domain of darkness and transferred us to the kingdom of his beloved Son, in whom we have redemption, the forgiveness of sins. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation, for by him all things were created, in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authorities. All things were created through him and for him, and he is before all things, and in him all things hold together. And he is the head of the body, the church. He is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that in everything he might be preeminent. For in him all the fullness of God was pleased to dwell, and through him to reconcile to himself all things, whether on earth or in heaven, making peace by the blood of his cross, so that they and you, who once were alienated and hostile in mind, doing evil deeds, he is now reconciled in his body of flesh by his death, in order to present you holy and blameless and above reproach before him, if indeed you continue in the faith, stable and steadfast, not shifting from the hope of the fact that now you honky Gentiles can be saved. That's the gospel. That's what you've been heard. That's why the New Testament was written. Joy to the world. Not shifting from the hope of the gospel that you heard, which has been proclaimed in all creation under heaven, and of which I, Paul, became a minister. Now, asking you to remember to go back to the Gentiles. You know, how do people live by faith? Who were, just as we can touch on that topic, who were some of the Gentiles, and what did it say when the Bible talked about them? Here's like going well as among the rest of the Gentiles. It's already talking to them. I am under obligation both to the Greeks and the barbarians, Gentiles and Gentiles, both to the wise and to the foolish. So I am eager to preach the gospel to Gentiles who are in Rome, because he's not ashamed of the gospel. It's the only way for salvation. There's bad people, but this is talking about, it's going to get into the Gentiles. Here's some of the things that are bad. Let's see what God doesn't like. What shameless acts besides the homosexuality sin. Well, there's also all manner of unrighteousness, all manner of evil, all manner of covetousness and malice. They're full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, maliciousness. Guess what? Gossips are sinners, and it causes these things. Slanderers, haters of God, insolent, haughty, boastful, inventors of evil, disobedient to parents, foolish, faithless, heartless, ruthless, though they know God's righteous decree that those who practice such things deserve to die, they not only do them, but sell adrenochrome to other people who practiced them. I added a part of that scripture. Lord, forgive me, they know what I'm talking about. Now let's just skip down to verse 11. Because I know that verse 6 isn't what people like to hear, that he will render to each one according to his works. You can't stand that, to know that. Self-seeking is something, like how long have you subscribed to Self magazine? But anyway, I wanted to get down to verse 11. For God shows no partiality. For all those who have sinned without the law will also perish without the law. And all who have sinned under the law will be judged by the law. For it is not the hearers of the law who are righteous before God, but the doers of the law will be justified. For when Gentiles who do not have the law by nature do what the law requires, they are a law to themselves, even though they did not, or at their time do not have the law. They show that the work of the law is written on their hearts, as it is yours, while their conscience also bears witness, and their conflicting thoughts accuse or even excuse them on the day when, according to my gospel, God judges the secrets of men by Christ Jesus. So these Gentiles would, by what's written on their heart, conscience bearing witness, there's a possibility for them to be excused them on that day when God judges. Very interesting time in the scriptures with you tonight. Now I saw it interesting. Oh my goodness. I'm putting a link in there, Randy. How you doing, man? So we got about the Earth map. Now the mirroring moon, I think I saw something about that earlier. Is the moon a reflection of the Earth? Only if lights can reflect. If there are lights that can reflect, I'll give it a harder look. In the meantime, I find it provocative. So Randy's here. He must have seen the video last night. Oh, he's just crashing out. Oh man. Yeah. He's a hard-working man. He has those grandchildren dropped off to him sometimes 3:30 in the morning. But they'll crawl into bed and go back to bed till 5:36, like normal people would. You just have to click back on that red bar, Michael. You got to go, or just go to the page where it shows all the videos. I want to look at another video too, because it's 10 o'clock. It's Friday. My computer upstairs is not that good. This computer's better. And I see that Benjamin, young Ben from Vat City, has put out something. Maybe we can look at that. Wait, Ella has put out a video.
Hi everyone, how you going? Hope you have a fantastic day. Say good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. And hello to all my subscribers, non-subscribers, trolls, bots, and yes, those lurkers or like. Okay, plane of jars. This was a comment was left in the last video, mate. So check it out. And it's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. It got me. What started was Dresden, how they bombed the shit out of Dresden. It just got me looking at all the other places that were done. And this was a comment left, so I'm going to share it. The explosive implications of archaeology at Laos, most puzzling sight. I'm following Belgian archaeologist Julie van den Broek around Laos, remote Xing Providence. Apologise for saying it wrong. We're inspecting giant ancient vessels which are scattered through rice paddies, forests and hilltops at more than 60 sites across what is known as the Plain of Jars. Archaeologists think the jars were mortuary containers. Perhaps
hey, I just thought of a pun. That might be a plane of jars, but there's nothing plain about those jars. Huh?
2,000 years old, but no one knows for sure their precise age or who built them. They are swathed in mystery and surrounded by unexploded bombs. It's like Cambodia. Didn't they leave a lot of bombs laying around? I remember in the 90s, on the news all the time, there were people blowing up in Cambodia. And it's just, something's off. So the Zhang province is one of the most heavily bombed places on Earth. Between 1964 and 1973, the United States dumped 4 billion pounds of bombs.
God, could it ever be anybody else? Could it be somebody else, for crying out loud?
Country in a secret war against Catholic lay and North Vietnamese communists. Up to a third of them never exploded. And don't forget what Pol Pot did as well. Pol Pot, I think a lot of people have forgotten about what he did.
In case you don't know, he killed 2 million out of the 6 million people in his country.
Little in the land today, while generally safe to tread upon, buried unexploded ordnances can trigger when an erratic fuse is inadvertently triggered. The earth around here is dangerous to farmers plowing fields, children stalking buffalo out to grazers, and archaeologists. The jars are huge, up to 9 feet tall, the largest weighing 14 tons. Most of carved sandstone, others granite, conglomerate, and calcified coral. Some are round, others angular, and a few have discs that appear to be lids. Tools and human remains found inside around the jars suggest their use and manufacture span centuries. Bulk of the material dates from 500 BC to AD 800. And additional carbon dates expected this summer. Archaeologists are certain the Plain of Jars is one of Southeast Asia's most important archaeological sites, but it's one with more questions than answers. French archaeologist Madeleine Colony pioneered a research in 1930s. She found jars with cremated human remains and a nearby cave with burnt bones and ash. She speculated the cave was a crematorium and the jars were mortuary vessels, and the fields were ancient cemeteries. Today, more than 2,000 jars have been identified in the province. These archaeological treasures sit on one of the world's most porous regions. That's why Van den Broek, a UNESCO consultant from Hong Kong-based Archaeological Assessments, is here. She hopes to turn the Plain of Jars into a UNESCO World Heritage Site. UNESCO Lay project to safeguard the Plain of Jars aims not only to protect the vessels, but to rehabilitate this remote province by clearing the bombs, restoring the agricultural land, and promoting tourism. A speciologist in geoarchaeology with a decade of experience in Asia, who worked in Laos on 6-week stints for 4 years now, in conjunction with the Lay government and geographer from Bangkok. The project includes training Laotians to recover, record, and store archaeological material, create a precise map of the jar fields, and identify key areas for preservation and tourist development. The project also enlists local villagers to help with the task and involves a British-based Mines Advisory Group, a government organisation hired to remove explosives from most popular jar sites. Some dub the Plain of Jars the world's most dangerous archaeological site, and she readily agrees. While archaeologists occasionally encounter unexploded ordnances in war-torn countries and military testing grounds around the world, perhaps no archaeological site is as contaminated as the Plain of Jars. Two archaeologists conducted limited excavations in the 90s without incidents, but that's just luck, she says. I've come home from surveying. I thought I'm happy to be getting in the car and coming home. Probably happy to be having freedom with the old ones there. So my husband Jerry and I visited, saying in 1988, back then the capital, Fronthaven, was a Wild West sort of town with the main street of mud, on and off again water, and equally unreliable electricity. You could count on 3 fingers the tourists arriving each day. We stayed in a dimly lit guest house with a lobby full of bomb casings, mortar shells, grenades, and guns. Back then, we knew UXO still polluted the ground, but we didn't know the jar sites remained riddled with bombs or that unexplained ordinances continue to kill villagers every week in Zhangkong. We didn't know our guest house displayed 4 live bombs. No worries now. Meg removed them. We arrived in Fronthaven this time, and still a dusty camp. The nights are ablaze with fluorescent cheap restaurants and guest houses line the street. Tourists from all over the world fill them. So Vander drives us.
I don't think the United States was. I don't remember that many tourists. You know, we tourist our own country. I think. I don't think that we're the big. I don't think that the world is a big fan of the United States like I used to believe.
Just half an hour outside town of a bone-rattling road to a wooden house where Mag bases its operation. They're the British ones. And there we meet Stuart Broome, the jovial ex-military man from Australia who heads the clearance team. The staff are about 2 dozen strong, are celebrating. Beer is flowing, music is thumping a week ahead of schedule. They just finished clearing jar sites 1, 2, and 3, the most popular tourist sites, each within a 45-minute drive. Visitors can now safely explore these sites, provided they stick within the MAG's red and white concrete markers. Tourists come unaware how dangerous it is, she says. The jars have attracted travellers as long as Laos has. Many recent visitors never knew they were crossing contaminated land. Some local guides mistakenly told their guests were all safe and cleared long before it was. Here, the ordnance problem isn't visible, just as neighbouring Cambodia, where the landmines have left thousands of amputees and unexplained orders and blows. It will just kill you. And they are nasty. No limbs lost, no person left, nothing to illustrate the danger. There is no reliable tally of unexploded ordnance victims. The experts hear at least 1 a week. They'll admit that it's probably low. Broome tells us of 11 accidents the week before we met that we know of. There were 4 2 weeks before that we know of. But later we learn of 8 more for a total of 12 that we know of. Is oft-used qualifier here. MAG's clearance records are staggering. Since the work started in July 2004, the team has successfully removed and destroyed 127 pieces UXO, cleared 6 acres, visually searched 55 acres, and found 31,814 pieces of scrap metal. And that's just site 1. Finding explosives using a variety of metal detectors covering 15 inches to 7-foot swaths using a scrupulous task. Workers move back and forth, up and down the grid of rope blades, detectors in hand. Each signal is marked with a red chip, and each chip is investigated by a technician with a shovel. They always dig down and towards the source. Starting half a foot back, we don't dig on the top, Broome explains, because that could cause the UXO to blow. The UXO that is safe to move is stored until each Friday when MAG detonates the entire week's cache. It's really similar archaeology and bomb disposal. That comment, yeah, very similar. She explains, when a MAG clears the site, all the scrap metal is popped into a bucket. Broome is first to peek at the findings, and she's quick to follow. Both are curious about the bucket because its contents can tell a story about the site, either through bomb fragments or metal artifacts. Broome and I examined the bucket one morning, a projectile fragment, cartridge cases, barbed wire, cans. I pick up a piece. It's a cartridge case from a recoilless rifle, he says. He ogles an aluminium bit. I think it's part of a rocket mortar. It was all found in parking lots of Site 3. These are just amazing. I didn't even know they existed. Thank you to the person leaving that comment. One bright Saturday, Van den Bra leads us through Site 1, pointing to hundreds of jars scattered over parched grasslands and rolling hills just outside town. A few cows graze through the area. Western tourists trundle downhill, ignoring the mag markers. Laotian children stumble upon uphill doing the same. It will take time for people to learn. We walk from jar to jar, each in small clusters. Van Bernberg only has permission to survey on site. All our excavations are connected to the mag evacuation, she explains. We don't have permission to evacuate for research. She suspects the ground below our feet is rife with archaeological information, perhaps tools, burials, urns, bones, charcoal that can be more precisely pin a date or conclusions on the historical background of the site. But Van den Bra is here solely to help prepare the sites for nomination for the World Heritage Status, taking inventory, mapping the jars, creating a database, working with Meg to provide a bonus, the chance to see below the surface while they dig. We collect information. In fact, those jars have not been studied much. Archaeological lasts the most terra incognita, writes Thongasa. The country's only certified archaeologist and one of a few have excavated the jars. He, like Van den Bra, relies heavily on Colony, who documented her findings in 2 massive volumes titled The Megaliths of Upper Laos. 70 years later, they remain the primary source on the jars. That's strange just to have one archaeologist to it. Plenty of jars seems to coincide with the...
I think it's strange to have, families born near there catering to tourists who come in believing in evolution and everything else, but are just checking off something off their bucket list that doesn't realize that in my lifetime there was genocide going on day and night and secret wars. Thank you, United States.
Korat Plateau in Thailand and the North Shah Hills of India, where jar burials have also been found. Those were transformative times, some 2,000 years ago, of archaeological advancement, metal manufacturing, religious expansion, widening Asian trade routes, and social persecutors to urbanization. She speculated the plain of jars lay at an important intersection of trade routes that stretched perhaps from India to Vietnam. She found beads and bronze iron tools. The cave she discovered on Site 1 has blackened walls and 2 chimney openings that signaled to her that bodies had been cremated there. But how do they know the bodies? It's here before the placement inside the jars. Japanese archaeologist Il Nita evacuated some of the jars in 1994, and Thongsta followed a couple of years later. Both found burial plots containing human remains in bones among the jars, as both concluded the sites were used for secondary burials. Yeah, that's what I think someone found them and made a use for them. Van den Bra wonders about the archaeological discoveries over time. Colonini found burned bones. Thongsa and Nita found unburned. Did they stem from different periods? Were they half-hearted cremations? Seems the deceased were either buried or put in a stone jar for defleshing. Then the bones were either cremated or placed directly into an urn and buried. But the question nags her. Nita found an urn with human bones and teeth beneath a jar in Site 1. It looked to him like a 10th century pottery from the Khmer Empire. And he concluded the stone jar directly above the urn could be no older than that. If so, the date that would make the jar 1,000 years younger than previously thought.
What?
Don't forget they added 1,000 years to the history.
Thank you, Ella.
Van den Bra doesn't dispute this date, but thinks the jar sites were occupied and used over many centuries. And yeah, they probably were. Nita, who returned to Japan, has sent his volumes, sorry for saying these wrong, to Van den Bra, but she has not been able to reach him since. She has spoken with Thongasa several times, but he now studies in Australia and their work on the jars has yet to coincide. He declined to be interviewed for the article. Furthermore, many of Clooney's artifacts have disappeared from Laos over the years, so Vandenberg plugs along with what she has. She questions villagers, hoping they'll know something about the jars, but they always return to the same legend of an ancient king named Shang, an epic battle against an evil enemy, and a grand victory celebrated with copious quantities of alcohol some 1,500 years ago. The jars, they say, stored tons of Lao
What?
rice whiskey is still enjoyed today. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of one. Like wine, if it's an old trade route, did they have holders along the way? Or was it like, something's not right. Edinburgh doesn't discount this theory. Like any good Belgian, she likes her beer. When people die in Belgium, it always involves a lot of drinking, she says. So I can understand lots and lots of Lao on the gravesite, though she doubts the jars were fermenters. As we continue into Site 1, she points towards a zigzag of war-era trenches to the bottoms of bomb craters where villagers dug for scrap metal, to a cavity in the hillside once used as a tank position. They would have been repurposed over the years. Hey, Michael. Yeah, they definitely would have been repurposed. She points to broken jars, cause of a consideration. They have been bombed and looted. Cows rub them, tourists climb them, trees straddle them, villagers fashion the jars into water troughs or knife sharpeners. Between the war, cattle, people, trees, and we are losing a lot, she says. The weaker the jars get, the quicker they topple. So she has a few plans. A bamboo fence will enclose some of the jars to deter the cows, but she does not want an overly restricted situation. After all, part of the charm is that people can walk freely among the jars, but the cows must go, and so some of the trees. People come up here for a picnic, she says. It's just not acceptable. We don't want people to stay on this site, but we just want them to visit. In fact, Vandenberg wants more visitors, about 9,000 to travel to Site 1 last year from all over the world, but only a third of those reach Site 2 and fewer yet Site 3, which lies further outside town. Vandenberg helps tourism, can spur local arrogant comedy, which affords most people less than $1 a day. Site 1 is run by the government, but at other sites, surrounding villages get half of the 7,000 kip, 70-cent entrance fee. Vandenberg hopes new jar sites will open soon, though they're not safe, of course. They haven't been cleared of UXOs. Funding for Mag's role in the project ended with clearance for sites 1, 2, and 3. Vandenberg is a shoestring operation, evident as soon as we enter her office. It sits on the second floor of a wooden building, a rustic workroom with back half stocked with shelves and metal trunks. Her face brightens as she reveals her treasures collected from various sites. Packed in plastic bags, an acid-free paper, pottery shards, stone eggs, a bugle, presumably French or Chinese, left in war-era trench, small Buddha, 6 metal knives, and tools made of flaky white stone. Then she beckons to the back, smiling, our pride and joy. There, wrapping gingerly in ace bandages and foam, packed in wooden crates, are 2 urns found at Site 1, trench dug during our unexploded ordnance clearance. They're about 2 feet tall, brown and coated in resin, and they look like bombs, which is what Vandenberg was told when she took one to the hospital for x-rays. They also resemble the urn Nita found, with bones. Vandenberg's pots are stuffed with soil, too fragile to empty, but the x-rays reveal a possible bone fragment inside. Someday she'll figure a way to get out the contents. But she doesn't have any money right now. UNESCO is paying $275,000 for the project, but that includes overhead and fundraising costs. Only about half of that amount reaches Vandenberg in the field. $275,000 is a lot of money where people live on less than $1 a day. That money could go a long way over there. So a young boy training to be a monk stands next to a jar at Site 3. A few years back, project members started going village to village asking, do you have jars? If so, they could attract tourist money. Vandenberg still crisscrosses the province, greeting villagers and setting up for hours on wooden floors in homes on stilts. She's accompanied by government officials, and the meetings require exhaustive explanations what the jars mean to archaeology, why tourists are interested, and how tourism might help villages. The jars are valuable relics, she explains, and UNESCO hopes to protect them as a World Heritage, a status afforded to a few. Why are they so hell-bent on making it a World Heritage site? Like, you look at the other places around the world. Villagers usually don't think much about the jars. They're just rocks in the background. But once they get the idea that the jars are really important, they start talking about new jars. They have always been there, but no one realized they mattered. We attended one of these meetings in the Zaytong village, an hour's drive of Persever. Chateau Munti, an elder, says the villagers here attribute healing qualities to the jars, and they pour jar water over the heads of ill children. Many years ago, he says, village monks rolled the jar to the temple to use for a water basin, but many people quickly grew sick, so the monks returned the jar to its original site. When all the stories have been told, we gather for a feast of cabbage soup, boiled chicken, green pepper, salad, and a tray of fried innards and a congealed duck block, which we forego.
Yuck.
But what comes next, no one can avoid. The lala. Round and round the room it goes, several sherry glasses of firewater offered to an ancient tradition of hospitality and celebration. That meeting is a prelude to a long hike into a survey site near Hum village called Ben Paco, a place with many jars but little in the way of tourism development. It's half an hour trudge downhill until the trail crosses a rickety bamboo bridge and makes a sharp upward turn. We see miles of blue-green mountains in the hot haze. I'm not tired, Vandenberg pants. After another 90 minutes hiking through the sweltering jungle, I'm just dead. Van Franco is a collection of wooden homes, most with earthen floors, thatched roofs, and cluster-bomb castings for planters and feed troughs. The one-room schoolhouse has a bell made from a bomb scrap, and the walls are decked with posters showing children's proper behaviour around unexploded ordnances. I don't call children kids. To me, kids are goats, baby goats, and I've never called my children kids. It's just something I don't say. I believe when you say stuff, it affects everything, and I'm not calling my children baby goats. So, don't stake your buffalo to the ground. Tie it to a tree instead. Never touch an unexploded ordnance. Tell an adult if you see something suspicious. How are you gonna... Okay. Further uphill, another half hour away, there are nearly 400 jars toppled in the forest, covered in mosaics of green and white legends. The twin quickly gets into business, stretching a tape measure from jar to jar, measuring, and photographing details. We spend 2 days among these ancient vessels, and the team works diligently amid scrub brush trees, avoiding thoughts of unexploded ordnances. Nothing here has been cleared. It's amazing. These jars sitting in the woods on a windy hill. I catch Vandenberg in a moment of reflection, and she offers a pensive sigh. They're beautiful, aren't they? It is, really, the only imaginable comment. The beauty of these magnificent jars is indisputable. Their value to archaeology is certain. These things are known. But for now, little else about the jars is. So, I would say thank you for the person leaving that comment. That was just amazing.
Pretty weird stuff.
Just unreal. February 2016, the team conducted its initial digs at Site 1 during an unusual frigid stretch of winter weather. One windy morning, archaeologist Louise Schuren of Monash University called across the ground, still damp after drenching rain, into a pit only 6.5 by 6.5 feet. She grabbed a trowel and began to work. Besides 2 Polish researchers, one of whom was Joanna Kosker from the University of, I can't say that, sorry. Please don't rain, she said. Yesterday was just crazy. It was like a swimming pool in here. The 3 scraped away the red earth using brushes and tiny picks designed for precision. Their work centered on a round object on the packed dirt floor, which Cosmo had found the day before. They worked meticulously to remove what lay beneath. At first, the object resembled a rock, smooth on top and caked with mud on the underside. But it was not a rock at all. Rather, it was a small orb of bone, part of a fragile human skull, which they later named Burial 5. The skull was surrounded by other bits of bone, so maneuvering around the trench among the delicate remains was difficult and physically demanding. After 5 minutes in the same position, he was so stiff she can't move, she said. She was dressed in layers of hats and jackets. Later that day, the team uncovered fragments from a second skull and skull fragments and a mandible of a child. Multiple burials in the same place are pretty fascinating, says Project Director Dougal O'Reilly at the Australian National University, especially when up to this time scholars studying the area had found so few. There you go. How cool is that? Wow. And it always goes back to the giants, doesn't it? Lay legends tell of a race of giants who inhabited the area and who were ruled by a king named Con Shang, who fought a long and ultimately vicious battle against an enemy. He supposedly created the jars to brew and store huge amount of layla, means alcohol, means rice beer or rice wine, in the jars to celebrate his victory. Another local story states that the jars were moulded from natural materials, including clay, sand, sugar, animal products, and a large type of stone mix, geopolymer. This led to locals to believe that the cave at Site 1 was actually a kiln, and the jars were fired there and were not actually hewn from stone. That would make sense, wouldn't it? 262 million anti-personnel cluster bombs.
Dang.
80 million of these did not explode. That is a lot, isn't it? Wow.
That's crazy.
A lot. Oh, look at their beautiful traditional dress, like what they wear. Absolutely beautiful. I love how there's modesty and respect. And you look at what Westerners wear today for clothes, and it's just absolutely disgusting. They might as well just walk up the street naked. Plate of jars at Site 1. Very unique, aren't they? It's just, wow.
I wonder if they are rocks, some sort of a polyp type body part. I hope Lynn is watching this.
Unreal. See, my granddad was in World War II. He went over to the Middle East and Jerusalem and then over Africa. And he said he just couldn't make out the destruction. He didn't know why. They were just, he could never work out why there was so much destruction and death going on with it. It's just unreal. Look how big these are. They're not just little jars sitting on the ground. I always get very suspicious when either the British, American, or Australian government are involved in something.
Yeah.
It's like a cover-up.
That's why they bombed it and said you can't go there because there's so many unexploded bombs.
Very well made, even a little handle on them. If you're still with me, thank you for your support. Appreciate it. And yeah, guys, I'm okay. Just spending time with family. Family is really important to me. So time is short, very short. My mum hasn't been too well. She's okay now, but it looks like my stepdad's going to have some cataracts removed on the 24th of February. So yeah, my dad is also having problems with his heart. So yeah, I'm just spending time with my family. So wherever you are in the world, thanks for watching. Raise your vibrations. Get out of the low alpha hum.
You low alpha hummers?
Yeah. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye now.
Well, that was nice to see a short video from Ella. Let's see. Glad to see you guys. At least a few people still sticking around. Let's look at just a little bit of that video that Ben put out from Vat City. It looked a little bit longer. Going to be talking about some cool stuff, I'm sure.
Okay, what I'm going to attempt to do here is some live research video. Because I'm alone at home today, I don't have anything else pressing to do. And I've just been getting way sucked into my research. So I don't have internet here, but I do have cell phone service. So I'm going to see if this will work doing some live research off a hotspot on my phone. So it might be a little bumpy, but we'll see how it goes. So first of all, what I have on the screen here is the Ben Franklin Parkway. Not the satellite view, just the regular maps view. And you can see it runs northwest to southeast from the Schuylkill River down to City Hall at Broad Street. And up top, this whole thing's the Ben Franklin Parkway. Up top, you have the Art Museum and the Oval, the Washington Monument across the street, which is a very like uterus type of symbol, even like a cross. The whole thing's kind of like an Egyptian ankh. And then it goes down in this pointer sheet, the Ben Franklin Parkway. It all points down into Philadelphia City Hall, right? And something I want to show is it looks like it's funneling the energy basically from the Schuylkill River. You can see like 76 and Kelly Drive up here basically are like funneling all this energy of the Schuylkill River down into this birth canal and down this pointer and funneling this natural energy of the Schuylkill River down into City Hall. Okay, Philadelphia City Hall. Before we even get underway, I just want to point out this. I'm going to at some point read something from this book, Great Mystery Philadelphia by Ross Ben. Someone commented that on the other video. Yeah, definitely check out his stuff. I just want to give credit where credit's due. I don't know when I got that book, a couple years ago, 3-4 years ago. I'm not even sure when it came out. That was definitely the jumping off point for me. It came out in 2018. So that was definitely the jumping off point for me for a lot of this Ben Franklin Parkway Art Museum stuff. So definitely check that out. I'm going to try not to just like repeat things he's said. The things I'm going to talk about here, I don't, as far as I know, aren't directly addressed in his work. But I'm definitely building off what he has already done. So check his stuff out for sure. Some of it probably will be a repeat, but I'll try and avoid that. But basically, this is Logan Square, which is actually a circle. So right off the bat, you have like a squaring the circle thing going on. And this is basically the midway point between the Art Museum and City Hall, the seat of power. The source of power is the river, and it's being channeled into this seat of power, which is City Hall. And you can see it's like a spiral. It clearly indicates a spiral, this bow tie shape. Like you can see it's showing you a spiral. It's also like an eyeball, obviously. But it literally, the traffic is literally forced into a spiral around here, okay? And on one side of the spiral, on the left side, the west side, you have the Franklin Institute. On the east side, you have the Basilica of St. Peter and Paul, the Roman Catholic, like red granite, I'm not sure what kind of stone, I think red granite, this big red basilica. So you have like the church and the science, religion and science, like the dialectic, forcing the energy into this spiral collection point in the middle here. And it's called Sister Cities Park. I'll show like a video maybe, but like if you go over here, it's this weird red lights on the ground at night, like park, where it says like our sister city is like somewhere in the People's Republic of China for some reason. I don't know. Let me see if I can find a video real quick. Okay, this is Sister Cities Park at night. These weird red lights on the floor, and there's multiple, but the first one is Tianjin People's Republic of China. It has all these crazy lines and concentric circles, like I guess representing the geographic points. But it definitely has some weird, like magical, occult vibes going on. Obviously, Philadelphia is in the center. It's these weird red lights, and this is Sister Cities Park.
Admit it, man. That's weird stuff. That is some weird stuff.
And I just want you to remember that in reference to like the Franklin Institute on one side and the Roman Catholic, the Vatican building on the other side, like the church and religion and science, this dialectic. That's the Basilica of St. Peter and Paul, right in front of it. That's on the other side of this bow tie spiral formation. Is the basilica. Okay, and I also want to show, if you look up at the top, you have, so it's Sister Cities, and you have the Shakespeare Memorial and General Galusha Pennypacker Memorial. So I imagine these two memorials as like sister memorials on either side of this Logan Square spiral energy vortex here, with the Science Franklin Institute and the Roman Catholic Church Basilica on the other side, like creating this dialectic to collect energy here. So just keep that in mind. The Shakespeare Memorial and the General Galusha Pennypacker Memorial are sister memorials as well, okay? You're going to see also, you have the Franklin Institute on one side. Opposite, you have look at this, Magdalene Society Cemetery. I'm going to get it's in the Franklin Institute area. You have the Free Library up top. It's not labeled, but the building right next to the Free Library is the family court, okay? Behind, then over here you have the Basilica. The Academy of Natural Sciences down the bottom. And also something that's strange is if you look at the bottom of the circle here, you'll see it says Bell Telephone Company Building, which is not true. Like, I'm not doing this live. I already recorded this on my phone, so I can't just zoom around. I have to go with what I already have. But obviously, the Bell Telephone Company Building is not in this green park area. Like, it's close by, but it's at like 18th and Arch Street. There's another one at like 17th in the Parkway where it hits Cherry Street. There's multiple Bell Telephone buildings, but none of them are right here, obviously, where it shows it on the map. But to me, even that is like a little clue. Like, okay, the telephone buildings are part of this Bell Telephone Ball. We'll call it Ball Telephone. Of this like technology matrix grid, electrical grid of control, right? Which starts with like Ben Franklin with the lightning experiment. I saw Satan fall from heaven as lightning, like electricity. Ben Franklin discovering electricity. So we'll continue on with this now. And this is very strange. The Magdalene Society Cemetery on the grounds of the Franklin Institute. They just like built over it. It's still kind of open, but you'll see it. Okay, now I'm doing a walk around. Then this is the Pennypacker Memorial, General Galusha Pennypacker Memorial, which is right in front of the family court building, right? And you'll see that it's like a very Roman fascist, like central authority, like strong Roman federal, like power of government, like statue. He's standing on like a cannon or some kind of gun turret. He's got two lions. He's flanked by lions. That's the Pennypacker, General Pennypacker statue. And then the sister memorial out front of the library. So that's out front of the family court, right? It's like a symbol of like the power of central government, of family court, like break your family up and the power over your children, like. It's like, and then in front of the Free Library, right next to the Philadelphia Library, same architect as the Art Museum, is this Shakespeare Memorial, right? Which is, that's in front of the library, okay? So if we go back and look, all the world's a stage and all the men and women are merely players. So we have these two sister memorials, the Shakespeare Memorial, and I think it's funny that this is the midway point between the Art Museum and City Hall, is this Shakespeare Memorial, which says all the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players. And this line, all the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players, is from...
Well. What I'm going to do is copy that and love to drop you a link in there in case you want to finish this. I'm going to be finishing it. So there you have it. I'm going to be finishing this because I've got to go and get some chili in me. It's almost 11 o'clock here. I have a feeling that Brother Randy will be free in the morning, so it's possible I could do 2 shows tomorrow. Depends on what's going on around here with Tommy. But Lord willing, this has been a great show, and appreciate you for sticking around. Appreciate everybody here. Why don't we close with a quick prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for your love to us. Thank you for giving us a desire to seek your face, to study your word, to leave no stone unturned. Thank you for this temple that you've given us to live in. I pray that you will help us to work together to find ways to stay healthy in this world where they're poisoning our air and food and water and our minds. Thank you so much for being able to share these videos tonight, especially Ella's new video and Tommy's back on the air. We give you all praise and all glory and ask only that you will be high and lifted up. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. It's a Flat Earth Nation. Love you all. Mud Flood was Armageddon. You know I'm never going to tell you anything else. Why would I? I'm trying to prove that I have your best interest at heart. And I'd keep going, but, I'm starving. I'm not like dedicated on a fast or anything. I just got to keep my weight up. Amen. Hallelujah. Aho.